Sound check 1, 2, 3. Good morning. As we have quorum present, I would like to call this meeting of the Planning Committee to order. Please remember that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the agenda as amended?
As presented.
Oh, as presented. Thank you, M. Wilson and Councillor Wang. Are there any amendments to the agenda from the committee members? Not seeing any. Please indicate with a vote by show of hands. All in favor? That passes. The motion is carried. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, let's move on. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. This is from July 7th, 2026. May I have a mover and seconder to adopt the open and closed minutes of July 7th, 2026 meeting, and that the closed minutes remain confidential? Councillor Wang, Councillor Beattie, is there any discussion on the adoption of the minutes? Please indicate your vote by a show of hands now. All in favor? Thank you. That motion is carried. We're on to delegations. Members are reminded that the questions of the delegations are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. We will hear all the delegations and receive them together at the end. Delegates are reminded that you may not repeat information provided in previous delegations on the same topic. Your delegation must consist of new information only. So we're going to delegations respecting heritage designation of 711 Concession Street, item 9.2, HMC 26007, minute item 8.2. 6.1, I'd like to call upon Kelly Campbell, Layla McNamara, and Jennifer Robbins to please come down to the podium to begin your delegation. You do have 5 minutes. And can I just clarify, are 3 people coming down in just one? Okay, thank you. Are you ready? Okay, you may begin when you have.
Through the chair, good morning. My name is Kelly Campbell, Vice President of Corporate Services and Capital Development at Hamilton Health Sciences. We appreciate the opportunity to present here today on the impact of a heritage designation on the M wing of our Juravinski Hospital redevelopment project. The City Staff Heritage Report, included in the minutes for adoption, note that retention and incorporation of the existing M wing is viable for the proposed hospital redevelopment. HHS would respectfully disagree with this assertion. As part of the due diligence of the project, we have investigated the possibility of renovation of the M wing to bring it up to modern standards. The consensus of this work is that the M wing cannot be used for patient care in the future, even with renovation, due to its significantly aging infrastructure of 90 years and floor plan limitations. As the oldest building on the Juravinski Hospital campus, it is impossible to bring it up to modern infection control, CSA, and accessibility standards to provide patient care. We have heard from multiple staff of our own across the organization that when caring for patients in these older wings, they struggle to provide safe care. Previously, it has been questioned why the building could not be retained for administrative use. At the completion of the redevelopment project, which is all about patient care, HHS will not need additional administrative space. We would move out of the M wing into new space and leave the building vacant. We receive minimal operating funding from the Ministry of Health as it is. We have to use that to maintain our modern facilities and not aging ones. This project will be delivered through a partnership with Infrastructure Ontario and the Ministry of Health. Having uncertainty on the limitations of demolition or salvage of the M wing will only add complexity to an already complex project. Let's see, do we change? The hospital is located within one city block, and it is tight, to say the least. Every square foot is precious to us being able to build the facilities required for patient care. We did explore putting new construction on the Concession Street side. However, there's not sufficient space to build modern inpatient facilities. We heard at the Heritage meeting suggestions of building the new facility where the existing parking garage is, or on the other side of M wing. However, adjacencies are crucial within healthcare. The new ICU beds and inpatient beds as part of the project require the shortest reasonable travel time to the existing emergency department and operating rooms, which are on the newer east side of the facility. Again, this leaves only the escarpment side of the campus for new construction, and the M wing takes up a substantial footprint that could be used for potential development. In the City Staff Heritage Report, it references the prominence of M wing on the escarpment as part of a rationale to maintain it. While currently M wing is one of the taller buildings on the site, the new development is about patient towers that will quickly eclipse it. If we have to maintain M wing, the new patient towers will be even taller in order to accommodate the inpatient rooms required for future healthcare needs. As you can see from the potential rendering on the slide, the new building will in itself be a beacon and really show the importance of public investment, prioritizing patients and modern healthcare in the region, showing that Hamilton is continuing to develop to meet the future needs of its residents. We are delegating this meeting today with requests that the Planning Committee consider the alternatives listed with the staff report generated, specifically the alternative of council-directed salvage and interpretation. This alternative, in lieu of a full designation, directs HHS to work with the city to maintain the key historical features and identify and salvage those for reintegration into the new hospital design. HHS has shown our willingness to collaborate in previous projects with the former nurses' residence on the Juravinski campus and the Wilcox building from the Shadot campus, both examples that you can see on this slide. We strongly believe that this option is the most responsible choice for Hamiltonians in honoring the legacy of the M wing, but also being responsible stewards of healthcare funds while allowing Hamilton Health Sciences to build the infrastructure needed to provide quality patient care for years to come. We really appreciate the opportunity to present here today and participate in this important process. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. So there are some questions. Councillor Crouch.
Thanks very much for being here today. I represent City Council on the Heritage Committee, and so I had a couple of questions for you about some of the things that are happening here. I know you don't want to demolish this building. That's a fair assessment, isn't it? That you don't want to have to do that unless there's an absolute necessity.
It's a very small footprint, and we have to build to meet the needs of the future. Healthcare standards are very rigorous around the size of an inpatient room, the setup of an inpatient unit, and we have to be able to build to accommodate that. What we don't have are the funds to build new, maintain new, and also maintain an older building. So I don't think anyone wants to see M wing just become vacant and a derelict building on an active hospital campus.
Right, and so I think I want to drill down a bit more into understanding the funds part of what you say. I know that you have funding coming from a variety of sources, but for maybe it's helpful for people here to understand what that looks like as a breakdown, what percentage you get from the province in terms of the funding, et cetera, to get a sense of where the funds are lacking that you would need to do both things in terms of maintaining a heritage structure and also building new.
Almost 100% of our funding comes from the Ministry of Health. We have donor funds that come in to help us buy equipment, but they don't pay for infrastructure largely. So we're using what we have available from the Ministry of Health. We have right now a significant funding deficit in our operating budget. That's not new information. That's unfortunately a position we've been in for a few years. So there are not funds to maintain anything beyond what we already have. Even maintenance of our existing older facilities is very challenging, and we get very limited funding through the ministry to even maintain existing older structures. So as we build new, then we have the ability to demolish old so that now we can reinvest in those new facilities.
Same is true for many provincially funded programs, including City Housing Hamilton, et cetera. I understand the struggle you're in. My other question for you, and the last question for you, is just about the space itself. So when we talk about space in the City of Hamilton, every time we have a conversation about space, no matter what that conversation is about, we discuss that it's at a premium, that people need space for administrative work, people need space for programming work, for community work, you name it. A building of this integrity, and frankly, it's not in a situation where it's going to fall down tomorrow. We're in a situation where we have something that's been taken care of to the best of your ability up to this point. Is a pretty amazing asset as a heritage building that could house other things. You're saying you don't need it for what you're going to be doing because you're going to have new facilities to use. But there is the potential, I imagine, for it to be used for something. It's just that you wouldn't be able to maintain that. You wouldn't be able to use it for something. But there is the potential for the building, I assume, to be used for some other good.
Yeah, the building's in rough shape. It would require significant investment, even to bring it to a standard to have it as office space. The ability to heat and cool it is very challenging. It was not built, obviously, even for floor-to-ceiling heights that would allow you to put appropriate venting in. So right now, it's 30 degrees Celsius today on the upper floors. It's not an easy building to even invest in to renovate. What I think is important is the architectural features of the building. And those we're absolutely willing to work with the city on, to maintain those, to put them into a new structure where they can be maintained for many years to come. Absolutely willing to do that.
Since you said that, I do have one more question. One of the rare examples of this building, of course, is the upper floor of the building, as you know. It's one of the only examples we have of this anywhere, and certainly in this local area, which is what makes this a heritage gem for people. I don't think there's a way that I know of that you can preserve that in the manner it is. So did you have some way that you were contemplating you would preserve that? Because for me, that seems like a difficult thing. And I'll talk to heritage staff about that when the report's on the floor. But I want to get your sense of that is probably one of the most important architectural features of the building.
And when you reference the upper floors, you're referring to the balconies, the balcony structure?
The open area, yes.
Yeah, I think they're absolutely, I'm not an architect, but I think there would absolutely be a way that we could look to maintain the architectural features of that, yes.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch, and I'm not seeing any other questions, so thank you for your delegation. You may have a seat. At this time, I'd like to call Graham Carroll to please come down to the podium to begin your delegation. Once you begin, Graham, you'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking everyone for the opportunity to present my position on the Hamilton Maternity Hospital. I'm here to advocate, obviously, for its preservation. It's an important building. I brought it to the attention of the Heritage Committee that we needed to preserve this many years ago. Multiple citizens of Hamilton are supporters of preserving Hamilton's built and the natural heritage. They are aware of the rarity and importance of this maternity hospital. If it is demolished, Hamilton will lose yet another piece of its rich heritage and it will be gone forever. We need to save our heritage for future generations, and what little built heritage still remains. Many like myself were born in this hospital. Well, that is not the only reason today I'm advocating for the preservation. The legacy of the imagination of William Palmer Whitton is strong in Hamilton. Alone and with his partner, Walter Wilson Palmer, he designed many of this city's notable buildings. The South Drill Hall, the St. Giles Church, McElroy School, Playhouse Theatre, and the Her Apartments are merely a few of the examples of this man's amazing imagination. The structure should not just be left cold and rotting. We know that. We know it has to have a purpose. The gym can easily be repurposed into multiple uses if it is no longer needed for medical purposes. The former maternity hospital is not only rare, it is a unique structure. The location on the escarpment makes the William Palmer Whitten Gym visible to the city. It is the only notable Art Deco building on the mountain. The north facade is magnificent. The remaining open balconies are the only one of 2 open balconies I know of on any commercial or institutional property in Hamilton. It should be possible to repurpose the northern section along the brow, either for hospital use or for badly needed rental accommodation or for supportive housing in Ward 7, which is severely lacking. On the property located on 7-Eleven concession, we have a parking ramp and a surface parking lot. Since when do we prioritize buildings over people, or sorry, parking lots over people? We need to do something better. Other cities have modernized older buildings. One example I'm very familiar with is the Glasgow Infirmary. It was founded in 1791, though no buildings from that era survive. The oldest buildings were erected in 1914, and they are still open today and still house inpatients. These are Category B listed buildings, so they cannot be severely altered on the exterior. The hospital has added new wings connected to the red sandstone Gothic structure, but still house patients and clinics in the 1914 building. So it is possible. We have one example here in Canada as well. We have the Hôtel de Quebec. It was founded in 1637 and was declared a National Historic Site in 1936. And there are still structures from that time being used today, and they range in eras from 1695 to 2001. So it is possible with a little bit of thought, imagination, that we can find a new purpose for that building. The hospital itself does not need to use the building. That section of the lot can be severed off, and that front section along the escarpment can be done to something new, can be made into apartments, can be supportive housing. We have outfits here in Hamilton like Core Urban and Inwell who would love to get their hands on a well-maintained envelope and change the purpose. It can be done. All it takes is the will and the imagination to do so. And with that, I'd like to thank you very much. I'm finished.
Thanks, Graham. I'm just waiting to see if any questions populate our list, and there's nothing, so thank you for your time, and you may have a seat. I would like to call upon Alyssa Denham Robinson to please come to the podium to begin your delegation.
Good morning. Through the chair, my name is Alyssa Denham Robinson, and I'm chair of the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee. The Municipal Heritage Committee is an advisory committee to council, and we advise on all matters related to heritage under the Ontario Heritage Act. What is before you today is part of our meeting notes from July 17th, and that's staff's recommendation to designate 7-Eleven Concession Street in Hamilton, which was the former Mount Hamilton Hospital Maternity Wing, and that's under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. And during our meeting, it was a unanimous vote to recommend or approve staff's recommendation. I have been in the last month here a couple of times to present to Planning Committee, and you will see a few slides that are information that you've seen before, because it's very important information that we need to reiterate as a Municipal Heritage Committee. But I think what we need to talk about is in this situation, the property owner and the representatives have been very clear that there is no future for this building. What will be lost is a 6-story M wing that was constructed in 1932 to 34. 100% loss of all the architectural features, features and loss of the building and the use. This was a property that was built for the city of Hamilton, for its people, and was a significant heritage piece for the mountain. Included in that loss potentially could be even the remains of the historic nurses' residence. And really with the last demolition in 2010, all that was remained was this portico and a plaque that was installed to highlight the significance of the property that was demolished at that time. What is before you as the recommendation for staff suggesting designation of this property? Really, council has two choices: choose to designate or choose not to designate. Designation is important because it allows the municipality to manage change. And really that designation is allowing this committee and council to be part of the conversation and to be a part of what could potentially be future uses of the building, potential salvage and restoration. It allows and provides measures for city property standards, and then it also opens up the access to financial incentives. So choosing to designate is helping to at least give the municipality that opportunity to be a part of the conversation with the property owner. Choosing to oppose designation means that the city is unable to provide any protection. Right now, the property is on the register. It allows an interim 60-day protection from demolition. But if the designation is not pursued on this property, the property will be removed from the register as of January 1st. There will be no protection. And even if the building is still standing, the property won't be able to be added back onto that list till 2032, so 5 years. As we mentioned before, designation does not restrict the legal use of the property. Designation does not prohibit alterations. We have the heritage permit process, and that's the whole point of having designation, so that there is that conversation. It does not restrict the sale of the property or the use, but what it does do is it helps to preserve that property and the asset that it is for the city of Hamilton and for the Mountain Heritage community. Doing the assessment for the Regulation 906 criteria, this property was found to meet 8 of 9 criteria under all of the criteria values. And again, as a reminder, for the Ontario Heritage Act, you only need to meet 2 of those criteria in order to make it significant enough for your designation, and this property meets 8 of 9. Design value, it is a rare example, one of the only examples of Art Deco style architecture applied to a medical building, and we have that example here in Hamilton. It displays a high degree of craftsmanship and artistic merit, and these views here are of the top balconies that we were talking about and the vaulted ceilings in those areas. It's very easy to drive by this property and not really take in the impact of the detailing, but as you can see, the lower level areas where there's detail in the stone, the upper level detailing of the stone porticos and the vaulted ceilings, the rug brick and detailing of this time when it was built in 1932, significant, and we have this as a property in our city. Historically, this property is linked to how the system of healthcare has developed in Hamilton. It can yield information about how the community developed, especially on the mountain. This property was built to take impacts of healthcare and integrate both design with function. And it's a prime example of the significant architect, William Whitten. Contextually, it's defining the area. It is a landmark for the community. And again, just reiterating, what is being considered for demolition is 100% of the M Wing, the historic mountain property. So we would just ask that this committee and council consider supporting staff's recommendation in order to protect this property under the Ontario Heritage Act.
Thank you very much. We have a series of questions, and the first questions are going to come from Councillor Cassar.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And just through you, thank you very much for the delegation. It is a beautiful building. I just wanted to get your comments on what the proponent in the hospital has suggested as a council-directed salvage and interpretation strategy. Could you elaborate on your perspective on that, please?
Well, a lot of times we will hear that, and then what it becomes is, again, a portico attached to something. It is a piece of an architectural feature that is added to a lobby. it amounts to some placking, and sometimes it's not as thoughtfully thought out. And as council has mentioned about how the challenges of maintaining or featuring those architectural features that really are the important part of this building, how can that be done? So having the designation opens up that conversation for council and staff to talk about how that can be done. How can the building potentially be adaptively reused so more of a significant portion is maintained than just having sort of lip service that something is going to be done in a public space that'll be a reminder of what was there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cassar. Councillor M. Wilson.
Thank you. Really appreciate the knowledge and commitment you bring to heritage and have for some time. If I'm within my boundaries, your focus is necessarily on heritage, and I've heard you reference adaptive reuse. We've also know, whether we've been having to be in a hospital or from people in the medical profession, that theirs is a highly regulated exercise, space requirements, which are very particular to the successful operation of a hospital. And I'm wondering how you see those two either colliding or cooperating when it may just not be possible, given both their operational requirements and their funding requirements.
Absolutely. It is definitely a challenge, and a lot of it is coming down to the funding question. But at the end of the day, the Infrastructure Ontario actually commissioned a report from a qualified heritage consultant, and they outlined a number of options, that a series of things that could be done, everything from 100% demolition right through to maintaining a portion of the building and adaptively reusing. And in their exploration, they have gone right to the zero maintenance, so keeping 100% demolition, as opposed to looking at how could a portion of that property, even if it is the main area where the vaulted ceilings are, having that portion of the building maintained, trying to do, there's a lot of options and exploration that could have been done to see how they could still maintain part of that building as opposed to just demolishing 100%. And really having a more imaginative project, something that, again, is a collaboration between multiple levels of government to make it a standout facility. The design of this, what Whitten had proposed, was how to integrate medicine with the function and architecture of a building to make it a property that was linked to the escarpment, was using the views and the fresh air. That's why the balconies were proposed, so that it was creating a healthy space. So taking the heritage of that property and being able to move forward in the future, how can you take that building and make it an even better project for the city of Hamilton? So that's where we're coming from. It doesn't have to be a 100% demolition. There can be a collaborative conversation that finds a project that is a standout, award-winning project that could be funded.
Thank you. This is not a gotcha question. I am trying to explore this. It's a difficult one, but you're acknowledging that any kind of repurposing would require a different or amended or enhanced negotiation and funding formula. Is that what you maybe?
Well, again, it's if the province is choosing not to fund renovation projects, that's another level of discussion. But when there's funds available through their private fundraising and the various levels of government, and if the city of Hamilton's involved, again, financial incentives that are available for heritage designated properties, having the designation is only an added level of support that the council can show towards this project.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions, so you may have a seat. Thank you very much. May I have a mover and second to receive the delegations for 6.1? Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Beatty, please indicate with a show of hands. That carries. Items for information. We'll address all items for information and then receive them all together at the end. So it's first one is 7.1, PED 2611, update on site plan and draft plan of subdivision applications for 700 Gardner Road East in Ancaster, Ward 12. Are there any questions for staff? Okay, moving onward. 7.2, PED 26128, city-initiated secondary plan work citywide. I'd like to call up staff to please come to the podium to begin your presentation.
Good morning, members of Planning Committee. My name is Stacy Kursikowski, Senior Planner with the Sustainable Communities Division of the Planning Section. I'm here today to present staff report PED 26128, City Initiated Secondary Plan Work Program. There we go. This staff report has been brought forward to be received for information purposes. In 2009, a staff report was brought forward which outlined the secondary plan work program. This is an update to that work program. It provides an overview of the key provincial and municipal policy changes and priorities. It summarizes secondary plan work completed over the past 17 years, and it introduces new, flexible work program for city-initiated secondary plans that identifies ongoing, planned, and potential future projects. For context, secondary plans are area-specific land use policy documents adopted as official plan amendments through the Planning Act. They provide more detailed planning direction for a specific area than the official plan does. A secondary plan establishes a long-term vision by addressing matters such as land use, density, urban design, natural heritage, cultural heritage, and the infrastructure needed to support growth. The city currently has 30 secondary plans under the Urban Hamilton official plan and one under the former City of Hamilton official plan, and that is the West Harbor secondary plan. It is important to recognize that while secondary plans are a valuable planning tool, they are not the only way to guide growth and development, and they are not appropriate in every area of the city. Depending on the context, other planning tools may be more suitable. Ultimately, the planning tools should reflect the unique needs and objectives of each area. The purpose of the secondary plan work program is to provide a strategic framework that guides where and when the city undertakes future secondary plans. It helps prioritize staff resources in areas where more detailed land use planning is needed. This program applies only to city-initiated secondary plans and does not include plans that are initiated through private development applications such as the urban boundary area expansions. The work program also supports the city's broader planning framework by directing growth within the existing urban boundary, consistent with the city's no urban boundary expansion strategy. It also helps coordinate future land use planning with major transportation investments, including the future light rail transit, major transit station areas, and the Blast Transit network. Another key component is the ongoing review of existing secondary plans to ensure that they remain consistent with current provincial legislation, city policies, and evolving planning priorities. The program is intended to be flexible and will continue to evolve in response to Council's direction, emerging priorities, growth trends, infrastructure planning, and available resources. As the committee is aware, the province recently consulted on potential changes to the use of secondary plans through Bill 98. The public consultation period closed on May 14th of this year. However, the province's final decision is still pending. As part of that consultation, staff emphasized the continued importance of secondary plans. Based on the information available today, we understand that the province is not considering eliminating secondary plans altogether. However, they may introduce changes that limit when and where they can be used. Until further direction is provided, staff will continue advancing the secondary plan work program, and if any legislative changes are introduced, staff will bring forward their impact to Planning Committee. The proposed secondary work program was developed through a combination of technical analysis and consultation. We worked closely with the Internal Technical Advisory Committee and key departments, and also met individually with Mayor Horvath and ward councillors to better understand the local priorities and emerging planning needs across the city. To identify potential new secondary plan areas, as well as existing plans that may require comprehensive updates, staff applied a consistent set of criteria. This included alignment with provincial and municipal planning policies, as well as opportunities to coordinate planning with major municipal initiatives. Staff also considered where secondary plans could best support complete and sustainable communities. Together, these considerations help shape a strategic and flexible work program that reflects both citywide planning priorities and local community needs. This slide shows the existing city-initiated secondary plans across the city. As part of developing the work program, staff reviewed the current secondary plan framework to determine where comprehensive updates may be needed. While some plans will require updates over time to reflect changing policy direction or local planning priorities, many of the city's existing secondary plans continue to function well and provide effective policy framework for managing intensification. As a result, staff have determined that most secondary plans do not require comprehensive update or review at this time, allowing resources to be focused on areas where new planning work or more significant updates are needed. This slide shows the proposed city-initiated secondary plan work program across Hamilton. The work program has been divided into 3 categories: the planned or in-progress projects, the priority areas, and the potential new areas. Projects 1 through 3 on the work program are the ones that are currently in progress or planned. Number 1 is the Airport Employment Growth District Secondary Plan. Staff are currently in the process of updating the policies and maps to ensure consistency with the new Transportation Master Plan, while also reviewing and updating the area's natural heritage system mapping. Number 2 is Phase 1 of the West Harbour Secondary Plan, which falls under the former City of Hamilton official plan. The secondary plan is subject to a long-standing non-decision, and staff are currently working to resolve that with the Ontario Land Tribunal. Phase 1 will include the ultimate resolution and incorporation into the Urban Hamilton official plan. Number 3 is the most westerly portion of the Fruitland-Winona secondary plan. An update is required to implement the Block 1 servicing strategy that was completed last year. The second set of items on the work program are numbers 4 through 7, and they are highlighted in light red, and they are identified as our priority areas. They are anticipated to be short to mid-term projects and are not listed in any particular order. Number 4 identifies the Ainslie-Wood Westdale secondary plan. With increasing development pressures in that area, the future light rail transit system, and the introduction of the McMaster and Longwood major transit station areas, this plan is needed to be reviewed. Number 5 is Phase 2 of the West Harbour Secondary Plan. This phase will consist of a comprehensive review and update of the entire secondary plan to reflect the recommendations of the James Street North Mobility Hub Study, the Barton Tiffany Urban Design Study, and other studies, citywide plans, and strategies. Number 6 is a proposed new secondary plan that is centered on the Ottawa Street North Corridor and the center on Barton, including the planned Ottawa and Kenilworth major transit station areas. There is a need to coordinate intensification and redevelopment and to align with the future light rail transit investments and to consider its unique commercial character. Number 7 is the proposed new secondary plan focused on the future A-line rapid transit corridor along Upper James Street. With higher order transit planned for this area and continued growth anticipated around the Upper James and Rymal Road community node, a secondary plan would help guide future intensification and mixed-use development while coordinating land use planning with future transit investments. Numbers 8 through 13, shown in blue hatching, consists of all new potential areas. These projects are intended to be longer term and are not listed in any particular order. Number 8 is the proposed Rymal Road corridor, which has experienced piecemeal redevelopment over recent years, and there is a planned road widening and future blast investments along that route. Number 9 focuses on the area east of downtown, including Barton Village. A secondary plan could help guide intensification, support the revitalization, and coordinate future growth with planned transit. Number 10 focuses on downtown Dundas. There is an identified community node and a secondary plan that could help manage intensification while strengthening the urban design direction and protecting heritage resources. Number 11 centers on Lime Ridge Mall subregional service node, which is expected to accommodate significant future growth. Number 12 includes the waterfront neighborhoods north of the QEW that are not covered by the existing secondary plan. This could help provide direction for the area's unique waterfront character, public spaces, and recreational assets. And the last builds on the Bayfront industrial area strategy. As industrial uses and areas evolve over time, a secondary plan would provide a coordinated framework to guide redevelopment, improve connectivity to the waterfront, and support future economic opportunities. The timeline for each secondary plan will vary depending on factors such as project complexity, competing priorities, emerging issues, and the feedback received throughout the planning process. Where appropriate, staff will retain consultants to provide specialized expertise, support community engagement, and undertake technical studies that complement internal staff resources. A collaborative approach will be central to every project. Staff will work closely with internal departments, external agencies, Indigenous communities, community groups, and the public. Each project will have a tailored community engagement strategy to ensure meaningful community participation. Thank you so much for your time. Myself and Melanie Pham, Community Planning Program Lead, would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thanks to our senior planner. Are there any questions from the committee? Councillor M. Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your work on this. Just wondering about the process used to allow for perhaps a previously unidentified area to be identified as in need of a secondary plan. How would that process unfold?
As mentioned, it is a very flexible work program, so if there is interest in having an area reviewed or assessed, we'd be happy to look into it. You know, if we are happy to work with other departments to understand the background and the context of that area, so that we have a fuller picture from the inside, but also understand any concerns that you may have or interests in other areas.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, thank you for that. It would come from a counselor to staff. They would assess the planning environment, the development pressures, the infrastructure plans present and future. And would you have to report back to council for the insertion of an area?
I don't believe so, but I will refer, because it is brought forward for information purposes only, but I will refer to the bench for the technical.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson. So yes, this is really intended as an information report to provide council with the priorities that staff have identified going forward, given we have limited resources and we can't obviously be looking at every area at the same time. But we are, as we indicated, this is a flexible program which can pivot depending on council direction. So if we receive direction from council, if we receive informal interest in looking at an area, we can also look at that as well. And we'd be prepared to adjust our work program based on input from council and other stakeholders.
Okay. Thank you. So just so that I understand, if it is determined by staff that those variables are not active at present, and perhaps your counsel is that a particular neighborhood doesn't warrant a secondary plan, despite perhaps the neighborhood thinking it does and it wishes to have one. I'm just trying to understand the runway involved, because perhaps their view might be that by the time you see these patterns of development or change emerging, it will be too late to begin the process of putting a secondary plan in place, given all the heavy lifting that is involved. Can you just comment on that iteration through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair, certainly. I think we would be very open to having discussions with a neighborhood association, off the hop, to understand what their interests are, and see what they're seeing through their lived experience. I think, that is something that this is a very public, consultation-heavy process in general. I would also perhaps suggest that if there is another secondary plan that is in our work program that is in the potential geographical area, perhaps some of the information that stems through any of those reviews might feed into the need for a future one in a more specific geographical area, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, thank you. It does. One more question, if I may. I thought I heard in your presentation that secondary plans are one way in which we can address emerging changes and pressures and opportunities. And I thought I heard you say there are other tools available. Would you be able to daylight what some of those other things might be through the chair?
Certainly, through the chair. There's heritage conservation districts, there's public realm master plans, there's area-specific policies, there's specific policies within the OP that we can integrate. Right now we are currently, the planning department is working on the mid and high-rise residential policies, so that might also change certain areas and in one way or another. It might also identify areas that, where we're not seeing trends, where we're not seeing the need to intensify further. So those are just a few of the other tools.
Thank you. Thank you through the chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any more questions for you, Senior Planner, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're moving on to 7.2, correspondence from Mike Colin Williams, West End Home Builders Association, respecting city-initiated secondary plan work. Are there any questions for staff on the correspondence? Not seeing any. May I please have a mover and seconder to receive the items for information 7.1, 7.2, and 7.2A? Please, so Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Wang, thank you, and please indicate with a show of hands. Any opposed? Nothing? Okay, thank you. That motion carries. We're on to public hearings. The public has been advised how to pre-register to be a delegate at the public meetings on today's agenda. If a specified person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of Council, City of Hamilton, to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the specified person or public body does not make oral submissions at the public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Hamilton before the bylaw is passed, the specified person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. If a specified person or public body does not make oral submissions at the public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Hamilton before the bylaw is passed, the specified person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. We're on to 8.1 PED 26002. application for a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 360 Beach Road, Hamilton, Ward 4. Does the committee wish to hear the staff presentation? Okay, we'll have Mark Michnik come down for a presentation.
Members of committee, staff, and public in attendance. My name is Mark Michniak, and I'm a planner with the Development and Planning Division. Today, I will be discussing zoning bylaw amendment application for lands located at 360 Beach Road in Hamilton. The subject property is located on the south side of Beach Road between Ottawa Street North and Kenilworth Avenue North. The subject property is approximately 0.7 hectares. Surrounding land uses include industrial uses to the north, single detached dwellings to the south, and automotive service and single detached dwellings to the east and to the west. The lands currently contain a vacant building which formerly contained a public school, but most recently used for commercial purposes. This slide shows views of the subject property and the surrounding lands. Starting at the top left and going clockwise, these views are of the subject property, the industrial uses to the north, the automotive service use located to the east, and finally, the automotive service use located to the west. The proposal is to reuse an existing building as a private school for grades junior kindergarten to grade 8, with 28 classrooms, 46 surface parking spaces, a student pickup/drop-off area, and 2 outdoor play areas. The subject site has a vehicular access from both Woodley Avenue and Agincourt Avenue. This slide shows the elevations of the proposed development. Again, starting at the top left and going clockwise, you see the elevations of the west, north, south, and east. Here you see a 3D model of the proposed development looking from the south. And again, the 3D model looking from the north. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is for a change in zoning from the community commercial C3 340 zone to a site-specific community commercial C3 zone. The zoning bylaw amendment includes modifications to the community commercial C3 zone. Some of the proposed modifications include permitted uses and minimum required parking. As part of the planning process, this application was circulated to property owners within 240 meters of the subject lands. A sign was also installed on the property. In response to the circulation, 4 pieces of correspondence were received. Subsequently, a petition with 21 signatures opposing the application was received, and also 4 other pieces of submissions were received. Individuals expressed concern with traffic, noise, air quality, and the impact on industrial activities. In response to the traffic, a transportation assessment was submitted with the application. Staff found that the transportation network has sufficient capacity. However, there are concerns with the ability of the site to operate safely. According to the assessment, 70% of the students are estimated to be from outside the city of Hamilton. The resulting traffic creates pedestrian conflicts with the 2 outdoor play areas and the pickup/drop-off area, and also the site's capacity to handle traffic and operate safely. A land use in response to the conflict with the industrial activities, a land use compatibility/mitigation study was submitted with the application. The study identifies 1 large-scale industrial facility located within 1,000 meters of the within the 1,000-meter potential influence area, 7 medium-scale industrial facilities located within the 300 potential influence area, and 5 small-scale industrial facilities within the 70-meter potential influence area. The large-scale industrial facility is located 25 meters from the subject lands and within the recommended 300-meter minimum separation distance. The 2 small-scale industrial facilities are located 15 meters from the subject lands and within the recommended 30-meter separation distance. Based on the information submitted with this application, staff are not satisfied that proposals shall avoid, minimize, and mitigate potential adverse impacts from the facilities. In conclusion, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment cannot be supported as it is not consistent with the provincial planning statement and does not comply with the Urban Hamilton official plan. The proposal cannot be supported as it has not demonstrated that the proposed sensitive land use avoids or where avoidance is not possible, minimizes and mitigates any potential adverse impacts from odor, noise, air quality, and other contaminants, and results in potential impacts on the long-term viability of major facilities. It is not in accordance with the provincial D6 compatibility between industrial facilities guidelines in determining compatible mixed land uses. It does not comply with the city's transportation safety policies. It does not comply with the educational facilities policies as it does not provide a suitable outdoor space for students, and it is not considered to be good planning as it is proposed, as the proposed sensitive land use is not appropriate for this site. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mark. And we do have a few questions lined up for you. First from Councillor Craig.
Thank you. So my question for you is about the uses in the area that you're concerned about. And you talk about industrial uses, so directly north of the property, I think it is, the industrial uses that are there from Dofasco, and you talk about automotive uses. Can I understand the context for your concerns about automotive uses? I understand that you're a planner, but when I think about downtown schools, what I'm thinking about is the conditions in downtown schools in general. So Dr. J.E. Davey Elementary School was built in 2010, surrounded, literally surrounded by automotive uses. How much of a consideration does that play? So for instance, we were saying that there was just automotive uses that were there and not an industrial use. Would that change staff's interpretation, or are you basing this primarily on the industrial use? I'm just trying to get a sense, because when we're talking about schools that are currently existing in the downtown, I'm also trying to think about the equivalency here.
Through you, Chair. I would say the industrial use to north, Dofasco, is one of the major concerns with this application. As I mentioned, one of the requirements is for an outdoor amenity area for the students. And based on the land compatibility study that we received, there is concerns with the air quality in the area. We can't say, specifically where those are coming from. We just know that the area does have that air quality concerns. And then the automotive, another thing that could and would require further investigation would be noise. And then finally, I would comment is we're looking specifically for the merits of this application, so I can't speak to why that, in the case that you provided, why that exists.
Yeah, I understand we do site-specific applications here. I think what we're doing, though, is we're making a comment, regardless about schools, whether we're intending to or not, and about outdoor play spaces and mitigation. So I'm curious to know if any comparative work was done to look at air quality in other downtown schools when trying to assess what's happening here.
Through you, Chair, no.
No, okay. There's another concern in this I understood from the materials about not being able to, there was a mitigation plan put forward by the school. The school said, we want to address the concerns that are being raised by the planning department. Here's what we're going to do. And one of the things the planning department said was, well, we can't enforce that. So I guess I'd like an answer from somebody who can say, what couldn't we enter into a voluntary agreement, or couldn't the school voluntarily agree to enforceable regulations for the life of their occupancy there?
Through you, Chair, I can't comment on that.
Could someone comment on that? Maybe I can ask that later, I don't know, but I'm just trying to understand if there's a possibility for, of course, the school to voluntarily agree to mitigation plan for the duration of their time there.
Good morning, Acting Manager Spencer Skidmore, Development Planning East Team. So staff concerns with the mitigation plan, yes, enforcement was a concern in terms of once the monitoring plan is in place, how do we mitigate that long term? It's not something that we have strong tools under the Planning Act to implement or to enforce through any kind of development agreement. Now, with that being said, the larger concern is that the main operational need of a school is to have kids playing outside. and the primary mitigation technique would be to keep the kids inside. So that would conflict with kind of the land use in terms of operational needs. And that was primarily the concern, was implementing the mitigation plan, but also the need for the mitigation plan in and of itself was a concern. Thank you.
Yes, I understand all that. I guess what I'm saying to you is, right, that notwithstanding, the challenge that was presented, I was trying to address was specifically around enforcement. Could the school not simply just say, we would agree to enforcement, we'll put a plan in place to comply with the city, like we will voluntarily expose ourselves to your enforcement on a long-term basis? Could we not enter into an agreement with the school? I think the answer is yes. I'm just wanting someone to understand, like, the school can volunteer to do this on a long-term basis. Even if we can't enforce it, they can enforce it upon themselves.
Through the chair, Ken Coit, acting chief planner and director of planning. That question may be perhaps best answered by our legal.
Sorry, apologies, Patrick McDonald, Legal Services. If you could repeat the question.
Sure. So one of the questions or concerns that was brought up was that there's not a mechanism that currently exists de facto in the Planning Act for enforceability of a mitigation plan from the school on a long-term basis. My point was, well, I understand there's a de facto way for doing that, but couldn't there be a way the city can enter into an agreement with the school so as long as they occupy the property, they would agree to certain terms and conditions that would allow that enforcement to take place in the long term?
Through the chair, yes, as Mr. Coit mentioned, there's no tool in the Planning Act, so anything that would have to be arrived at would have to be contractual.
Okay.
But would have to deal with the fact that that there may be subsequent owners of the property as well.
Sure, I understand that. Thank you. My last question is about the zoning. So from my perspective, I understand that we're concerned about zoning. It's important that when we zone something and there are all these conditions in the zoning, that we adhere to those conditions in the zoning and the different uses in that zoning. And that's a lot of what, frankly, planning staff do. Also mindful that it's just, in this case, we're talking about, if you can clarify, it was a school, and that was the permitted use. And then people rezoned the property to use it for something a bit different. And now the current owners are saying, oh, we want to use it for a school again. This is maybe a hypothetical question, and if it's not fair, you can just say so. But I'm assuming that had there not been another use in the middle, this would have been zoned the same way, and therefore we wouldn't be having this conversation. Like, if the zoning had been maintained, this would have been permitted. So this is more of a zoning issue than anything else, if I understand it correctly.
Through you, Chair, that's correct. If the zoning hadn't changed, we wouldn't be having this application.
Indeed. Okay, thanks. I have comments. I'll save them for later.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Wang.
Thank you. I know that you hadn't mentioned this on your very last slide, and you had actually given this as a verbal update. So I wonder if you can unpack a little bit around the transportation aspect around this, because with having Dofasco right next door, and this is a designated truck route, what are some of the concerns, especially if 70% of the students are being bused in from outside of Hamilton? So what were those, can you just unpack that sort of transportation bit that you were talking about at the very last slide?
Through you, Chair. So as I mentioned, 70% of the estimated students are to come from outside of Hamilton. So as a result of that, a lot of those students would be arriving at the site in private automobiles, and there's also plans for buses on the site. Given the volume of automobiles coming to the site and the amount of space allocated for the pickup and the drop-off, staff have determined that amount of space is insufficient, and it would result in spillover onto the adjacent local roads surrounding the school, which Beach Road, as you mentioned, is designated as a truck route, currently used for Dofasco for special steel coil transporting vehicles. And so we have concerns with the interaction with those vehicles and people dropping off their children on the local roads.
Okay, so getting back to the zoning aspect of it, because it was transferred over, so it was decommissioned in what, 2003? The school was decommissioned?
Through your chair, I don't know the exact date.
Okay. But then it was ultimately changed over to C3. C3 allows for even a daycare. It allows for a commercial school. So what is when the proponents were talking to you about this, what was their rationale for transferring it over to much higher sense of the sensitive use into the, I guess, institutional zoning? What was their sort of rationale there? Can you speak on that?
Through you, Chair, the argument, I guess I can say is in the Urban Hamilton Official Plan, Chapter B, Section 3.5.5, we have specific policies for educational establishments which do not apply to commercial schools or daycares. So when evaluating this application, we have to evaluate against those policies. We found that this proposal does not satisfy a number of those policies, and specifically the requirement that an outdoor play area is provided.
Okay, so thank you for that. Can you unpack that a little bit more? Because it seems as though they have included an outdoor play area. So what is the challenge there?
Through the chair, the challenge is with the air quality. As mentioned, the studies that were submitted indicated that the air quality contains contaminants that are not safe for people to breathe. The recommendation is that on days when contamination is particularly bad, people do not go outside. So from staff's perspective, they're not able to provide a safe outdoor play area for the educational facility.
Okay, all right, thank you. I will have more questions for the proponent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think Councillor Nan wanted to ask some questions.
I did, Councillor, but Councillor Huang and Councillor Crutch have covered them all off, so I'm good.
Okay, thank you very much. May I have a mover and seconder to receive the staff presentation? Councillor Wang and Councillor Nan, please indicate your hand vote now. That carries. Thank you. We do have the agent, Evan Sugden, from the Biglieri Group, is available to delegate. Please turn on your camera and microphone, Evan.
Good morning, through the chair. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Evan, are you in support of the staff report?
Through the chair, we have reviewed the staff report and we do not agree with the opinions therein or the recommendations to staff. We have prepared a presentation today.
Okay, take it away. You may begin.
Okay, please let me know if you see my screen.
We do.
You should see the
Planning Committee 360
Perfect.
Beach Road.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
There's a lot of information to go over, so I apologize in advance. I may ask for a few extra minutes, but I will try to go quickly and not duplicate. So as Mr. Mikniak mentioned, this is the subject site. It has an interface on 3 roads, Woodley Ave, Agincourt Ave, and Beach Road. 3 sides of this are existing residential neighborhood. The Beach Road interface is one of many interfaces in the city of Hamilton that have developed over the years with an industrial and residential shared road line. This means that you have sensitive land uses abutting, let's call them industrial or noxious emitters, people that are classified as industrial facilities. This is not special for this site. This is a common evolution of the city of Hamilton. It's the Hamilton story. We've seen this all over the city, and it's how the city has developed, and we have to deal with the available land that's there when you have situations like this. You can see here on this map, it even has a label saying the former Lloyd George School. This was a school that was erected in, I think, 1918 and was an operating school for 85 years. It was deemed surplus by the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board in, I think, 2003. And the reason for that surplus is well documented on Hamilton Spectator articles and staff reports. It was nothing to do with pollution. It was deemed surplus because they didn't have enough pupil enrollment as a public school. And it was sold off for redevelopment opportunities where it sat for quite some time as a vacant, abandoned school. You can see here, it's sort of hoarded here with the windows. This is what it looks like today. Asphalt parking lot and trailer storage. In fact, in my opinion, it's a bit of a blight on the neighborhood. It's it's an underutilized vacant site. In 2012, staff had undertaken a city-initiated exercise to redesignate and rezone this for commercial uses. And this is essentially an exercise that, was considering what we do with the site at an interface like this. And essentially, when you're looking at how to deal with a transitionary area, Beach Road being that transition, where there's a consideration of the type of uses. Typically, you see things like open space or parks. I don't think staff wanted to see that in this case. Commercial uses and institutional. There's either that or there's an acknowledgement that the industrial uses continue to creep further south, or the residential uses creep further north. And so one of those three interface uses was selected, and commercial was the victor in this case. However, since 2014, I believe, or since 2012, the site has been vacant or underutilized as a commercial property. There's never been a viable tenant here for a long-term commercial use. And so this is where MAC, our client, has come in to acquire the property and determine that perhaps the best thing forward is to reactivate this historic school use, bring it back to a school, but not as a public school. It's a private religious-based institution. And so you can see the subject site here in its context. The yellow are the established residential areas. You've got some parks nearby. And then you've got the industrial kind of to the further west and then to the north abutting it, and then a commercial plaza, a rail corridor. And this 400 meters essentially representing a natural 5-minute walk. This is not a completely to-scale map, but what it does do is it shows other existing schools in the City of Hamilton official plan context. So you've got in black stars, the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board schools, and in purple, the Hamilton Wentworth Catholic District School Boards, all located within the neighborhoods designation, save for two, which are institutional. And so you can see that schools exist both within the institutional designation and the general neighborhoods designation, which the school is. You can see here a couple of three-dimensional aerial views. We're surrounded on three sides by a residential neighborhood, and then, of course, the interface with Beach Road and Dofasco. I think, one of the things staff maybe went over too quickly was just exactly what we're proposing. There's a few things. If this application is advanced, MAC have agreed to work with City of Hamilton Heritage staff to designate this school following the rezoning. This would protect this property in perpetuity and work with city staff to identify the attributes worthy of conservation. As a school, that designation protects this building as a school, as a historic school use. If we don't have school permissions, it's essentially a vacant school building that is forced to cater to commercial uses. In addition, what they're proposing is a full entity adaptive reuse of the school, meaning they're not proposing additions, alterations to the exterior, demolitions, or other interventions that would increase building height or appearance from the street. In fact, they're going to make this building better. They're keeping all of the beautiful mosaic brickwork. They're keeping the existing window rhythm and placement and openings, but they're replacing the old outdated windows with new a sealed window system. They're replacing the HVAC system in the school to be a HEPA filtration system to ensure that occupancy in the building is clean air, fresh air, and void of any pollutants as a safe escape. And I'm going to come back to that word because pollution is being sort of touted as an evil entity that exists all the time. And that's not the full story. But in addition to the building itself, we are proposing, or our clients are proposing, to beautify the site. They've done an extensive landscaping job. They've provided on-street or off-street parking. They've provided a gated area for the children's safety, which you can see in the corner here and here. And they've provided what we're calling the Green Dome. So essentially, they're providing probably triple or quadruple the amount of trees that's required. Typically on a site like this, it's atypical for a school. They're avoiding a track and field area because what they wanted to do with these trees is create a reduction in the urban heat island effect, create shade space, create a nice visual space, and in a practicality standpoint, create a canopy that can stop outfall from any of the industrial buildings. We hear stories of soot in the neighborhood periodically. The intent is that these trees are pollution eating trees and can stop outfall physically. So this is not the only mitigation solution, but this is part of it. In addition, they're committing to installing about somewhere around here an on-site pollution monitoring station. That station would essentially monitor pollution events day to day. They would have an app that they make available to parents. They're also offering to make this app available to the neighborhood for the members of the public. And the intent is to monitor pollution on a day-to-day basis so that in the event there is a day where there's levels that are beyond the safe allowable levels, that kids can make or parents can make the choice to either not send their children to school or the school can ask the students to stay inside. And this is a really important aspect. And on the topic of pollution, just because we're talking about the monitoring station, which would be somewhere here, the pollution that's being touted as the issue is small periods of pollution throughout the year. It's not every day, all day. There's small periods of events that occur throughout the year during specific times. Stagnant weather days, overly warm days, or heavy manufacturing days. Those are the days we're mitigating for. The balance of the year has safe levels, and we have our technical experts on this call to answer any questions too. So I'm going to speed things up a bit, but you can see this is the site plan. We have a private internal pickup and drop-off area, which is unique to a private school. Many public schools will have this as a lay-by in front of the school, or if they're lucky, they get one inside the site. We're proposing one inside the site, and then that will be gated off from outside traffic. Sorry, here and here. This is the blue is what you see are the classrooms. These are existing classrooms. These will be renovated and revitalized. The existing elevations of the school remain unchanged as a conservation technique and to utilize this beautiful existing building. This is a sort of a highlighted version of the Green Dome concept. You can see all of the trees that are being proposed, trees, shrubs, landscaping. This is an overall improvement to the site in terms of aesthetic, and hopefully a bit of a mitigation effort as a kind of the cherry on top to the mitigation strategy that's been proposed here from the pollution. From a policy standpoint, we are in the neighborhoods area of the city in terms of structure. This is where a variety of things for community uses are contemplated, including expressly schools. And same thing with the neighborhood's land use designation. We fall under the community facilities and services category, which includes schools in the city's own definition, which is where schools are permitted. They are also permitted in institutional designations. In terms of the zoning, so today the site is currently zoned community commercial with site-specific exception 340. This includes a wide variety of uses, but it also includes a few existing sensitive uses which staff are commenting on, which includes childcare center, a commercial school. If the owners wanted to, they could go down to the building division and get a permit for childcare center tomorrow. This is the same type of sensitivity you would see with an educational establishment. It's just that we are understanding that kids would like to play outside. Same as a childcare center, there's probably a requirement to have an outdoor area. But even if there was no requirement, we want to make sure that there is a good area because kids will be kids and go outside. So we need to mitigate for the situation. So these are already permitted. The exception 340 essentially limits the uses to within the building only. So there would have to be some reconciliation between, getting a building permit for a childcare center and dealing with the fact that the province typically requires an outdoor play area for these types of uses. So we have done a few things in terms of consultation and engagement that are above and beyond. In January, we met with Ward 4 Councillor, Ms. Wang, We also hosted an applicant-led public open house to hear and gain staff and public comments, which was beyond the requirements of the Planning Act. We created 3 temporary signs to advertise. We mailed notice letters to 240 meters, as Mr. Mikniak mentioned. This is greater than the Planning Act requires by double. We also mailed notices to any identified major facilities, including any Class 3 facilities. So we made sure that our neighbors were informed within 1,000 meters. So within a kilometer, we sent out extra letters. We also mailed invitations specifically to the ward councillor and the mayor. Following the open house, we met with Mayor Horwath to hear her comments as well as senior staff. And then the application and also the circulation or supporting materials were then submitted to the city departments in May, followed by the notice sign on May 21st, and then the statutory meeting, which is today or upcoming today. So we have all of our technical experts on here. I think most of you have probably seen our conversation, but we've had, I'm going to skip these because I want to be able to answer questions and get to the recommendation. But we have extensive mitigation strategies to make sure a variety of things are addressed, because we heard loud and clear there were comments on pollution. We heard loud and clear there were comments on land use compatibility, on transportation and traffic, and also on the policy and regulatory considerations. So we have submitted a transportation impact study, and we have our transportation consultant, Scott Catton from Paradigm. We've retained land use compatibility experts and noise experts. They are our WDI. Both of these experts are on the line, able to answer questions with clarity. We've done noise impact. We've done air quality impact. We've also brought in a toxicologist to specifically identify what the issues are with pollution and how to come up with a strategy. That's through Intrinsic. And we've brought in a landscape architect who helped us develop the Green Dome concept. So one of the things we're recommending, and this is my last piece and I will stop, is there's essentially 3 options. And our client has asked for something new today. As of yesterday, we met with staff to talk about an alternative approach, because although we do agree with staff's opinion, or do not agree with staff's opinion or recommendations, we feel that they've identified valid comments and valid concerns. And same thing with the public, where we feel deferring might be the better approach to warrant an opportunity to just have the experts talk and come up with a strategy. So there's essentially 3 options today, and the one we're recommending is a new third. So there's, the first option is recommend the approval of our zoning amendment as proposed. And then the second option, which is going to help staff deal with the implementation of the mitigation that was brought up by one of the other members of committee today, which is to refine how the zoning bylaw would be introduced, which is to what we're asking for now is to permit an educational establishment. What we could do is refine that to permit a private educational establishment. So that way it's not any school, not just any public school, together with the required air quality monitoring station and mechanism. And then on top of that, there's a variety of other implementation options that we do feel are available legally and under the Planning Act that can certainly gather this. But the request today, and essentially these are being scratched off purposefully, because what we're requesting for today is that the committee defer the decision on this application until September, so that we can have a chance to go over all of the comments and concerns from staff and the public, have our technical experts speak in the same room and go over those items, and hopefully come to an agreement to position this application in a way that works for both parties back in September. So that's what I would ask for today, and I'll write it here in a really messy handwriting.
Okay,
Defer.
thanks, Evan. We do have a couple of questions for you that we will hopefully get any more information that wasn't presented there. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the thoroughness of your presentation, and appreciating the last few comments you made in terms of wanting to work in a way that really does pinpoint and address the concerns that have been raised either through staff or through the community in the public consultations and the written comments that you're seeing today. Could you speak a little bit more in detail to the mitigation factor? Air quality is a deep concern for neighbors in that area, and now increasingly even all the way up into the escarpment in terms of some of the fallout and impact by the raw materials that are used by Dofasco. Could you speak a little bit about what is the rigor that you're bringing to it? How are you ensuring the health impact to your students or future students is paramount here, and what is the standard by which you're establishing those mitigation pieces?
Through the chair, thank you to Councillor Nan for that question. I think that's one of the pivotal questions here, and we have been very rigorous in this regard. I mean, I'm not in a position to recommend any application that would put public health and safety in danger. That's my bottom line when I signed on for this project. So in order to answer that from a technical perspective, I'd like to call on our air quality experts and our land use compatibility folks, perhaps starting with RWDI. I know they're on the line.
Good morning. My name is Brian Suley with RWDI, a consulting engineering firm based out of Guelph. I am the air quality expert that's been retained for this project. So just to look at the concerns that have been raised from an air quality perspective, we are looking at data, air quality data that was obtained from St. Christopher's Park, the playground that is located 2 blocks east of the subject site. So again, in terms of getting local air quality data, it generally doesn't get better than this unless we have a monitor directly on the site, which again, we're 2 blocks away. So that is extremely localized data. We are aware, of course, that when we look at that data, we do see occurrences where fine particulate matter, which would be associated with heavy industry, although, of course, as we've seen this summer, and again, looking back at 2023, when we have large forest fires, that can also spike those numbers. So this year and then 2023 would be considered abnormal years with high levels of particulate, but again, due to forest fires, not specific to local industry in Hamilton. When we look at the air quality data from that park, we do see those elevated levels at time to time. And so what we've proposed is an air quality monitoring program that educates and informs decisions at the school for how they utilize the space for outdoor use, so that we limit outdoor activities to ensure that the students are protected. So that is over and above anything that the surrounding community currently has at their disposal, other than looking at air quality, the Air Quality Health Index that's issued by the province. So in terms of comparison, if we have a playground at the school versus the playground at St. Christopher's Park, the air quality monitoring program would actually be more protective than what people that currently use the public playground at St. Christopher's Park would have at their disposal. Furthermore, the building itself has been designed to ensure that when students are in the building, they have better protections than they would have if they were living in a house nearby, since the building will have sealed windows and have filtered air intakes that ensure that the air quality inside the school is generally better than that outside the school, to ensure that, again, given the air quality concerns in the area, we're proposing mitigation to ensure that the students are better protected than essentially the existing surrounding community as it is today.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And then in terms of the recreational uses, and I know that this is getting into the weeds a little bit in terms of operations, but there was a point in the presentation saying that the students wouldn't be outdoor as often. Is there a gymnasium inside the school? Can you speak to us a little bit about how you're ensuring that the future students would be accommodated in their needs for physical activity?
So I can't comment to the programming inside the school necessarily, but in terms of outside, the purpose of the air quality monitoring system would be to ensure that if the students are going to play outside, it's only when the air quality levels are within acceptable criteria. And we've sort of settled on 75% or lower of the relevant benchmarks that are set by the province and by the federal government for air quality contaminants in the area. That data, we deal with these monitoring systems all the time for various projects, everything from construction to mining to other industries, and looking at the community data as well. These systems can be set up to ensure that those alarms are provided to the school to ensure that they're making decisions based on good data. And in this case, the monitoring system would be at the school itself, and that informs that outside programming.
Thank you. No further questions.
And through the chair, Councillor Nan, I can confirm there is in fact a gymnasium inside the school that would operate like every other school gymnasium to host sports, track meets, anything that you would typically do with gymnasium to offer, recreational use when there's a bad pollution day or otherwise.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Evan. We're going to go to Councillor Wang.
Thank you for coming in and giving us this very fulsome report. I wanted to speak a little bit about some of the questions that residents have brought to me for me to ask you. So in particular, you will see from the correspondence that there was a petition of the immediate adjacent properties around the school. The majority of them are really worried about increased traffic, parking difficulties, and safety issues with the continuous influx of vehicles in the neighboring area. So I wonder, could you speak to that a little bit about, I do recognize that you are putting a private pickup drop-off on the backside of the school, but that still doesn't alleviate any of their concerns. So I wonder if you can speak to that a little bit.
Through the chair, thank you to Ward Councillor Wang. Those are very good questions, and I think probably the second most critical issue that we needed to address. So a couple of things that I think staff had spoken to this too in their report is, parking and site circulation and the transportation policies. The way that we would test and staff would test any other school is to look at, are there enough parking spaces provided and loading spaces, pickup drop-off spaces provided to accommodate the use. In this case, we are not actually asking for an amendment to the parking or vehicular operation of the site through the zoning amendment. We comply with the educational use parking requirements in terms of parking spaces and loading. We're only asking for the use to be permitted. So from the zoning perspective, there's that aspect in addition to the design and shape of the site. But from a technical perspective, I'd like to introduce our transportation planners, which are Paradigm through Scott Catton, I believe is on the call. Maybe Scott, you can answer some of the mitigations specifically that your team has recommended to ensure this is safe from a pedestrian standpoint and from truck traffic on Beach Road.
Sure. Hi everyone. My name is Scott Catton. I'm from Paradigm Transportation Solutions Limited. We're a private consulting firm based out of Cambridge. I was born and raised in Hamilton. As part of the application here, we've prepared a traffic impact study that assesses the operations of the streets around the school. And within that study, there's several measures that can be proposed or implemented to manage traffic and parking concerns. There's continuous sidewalks on all streets, save and except for the north side of Beach Road, where it transitions to a paved shoulder. We're suggesting that a school speed limit zone be implemented, which would be a flashing 30-kilometer-per-hour speed limit during bell times. We've also recommended additional pavement markings in terms of ladder crosswalks so that students have a safe crossing at intersections. And we've also recommended that speed cushions be implemented on the two adjacent local streets, Woodley and Agincourt. So those would help control vehicle speeds. As mentioned, there is a pickup drop-off lane that will operate or is proposed to operate as one way through the site. So parents and buses would enter from one end and exit the other end. To help manage the sharp peaking of traffic that's associated with schools, things can be done such as staggering bell times for different grades. So we can, for example, have the morning bell for grades 1 through 3 be at 8 a.m. and then for the later grades be at 8:30 a.m. So that helps spread out the demand. In addition to that, the City of Hamilton encourages a Drive to 5 program where parents would drive to within 5 minutes walking distance of the school, park their vehicle outside of the immediate area of the school, and then continue on foot to the school. So in one of the previous slides that Evan was sharing, there was a a map with a 400-meter radius, and that almost covers most of the residential area to the north of the rail line. I hope I've answered your questions.
Thank you. What I've been hearing from residents is that, and I think you kind of addressed it, Scott, was the peak times, because MAC, the proponent, has stated on their website that this starting out phase is going to be a K-5 school where there will be a lot of buses. 70% of the students will be bussed in from all of these different locations. But with the catchment being as large as St. Catharines to essentially Oakville, Mississauga, it could stand that many of the families might be driving longer distances to get here, but then there is an also potential expansion of those grades to essentially grade 12. So then if you have sort of younger teenage drivers that might be driving in as well. So their concern is that peak time of 338 vehicles that was listed in the transportation report, and staff have also concluded that there would be wait times or some sort of queuing, and that might be one of the challenges. So perhaps you could speak to that aspect and just try and help with answering that particular question if you can.
Sure. So as you mentioned, it's expected to have a regional catchment area. So there will be students coming from outside of Hamilton. Students are expected to be bused. Not all of them will be bused, as you mentioned. So I suspect it would be similar to Hillfield Strathallan in terms of the number of buses that the school operates. And of course, the number of buses the school operates would be based on the demand. Initially, the enrollment number is much lower. Ultimately, as demand increases, there could be older grades at the school. And as that plays out, the school would, of course, adjust their transportation plans to manage traffic as best as possible, because they do want to be good neighbors. And part of school traffic mitigation, and you can see this at many schools across Hamilton, is there's adult supervision that's typically provided outside of the schools. So they're usually teachers, and they help manage sort of where the kids are coming from and getting into the school zone, the school play area safely. And they also, to a lesser effect, help manage traffic. So for the pickup drop-off, we could implement adult supervision to help encourage parents to drop off and pick up kids efficiently, to, of course, try and manage any spillback onto the adjacent streets where possible.
Okay, so again, I'll just leave this as a comment, and for committee's point is I'm hoping to defer this at some point, like to follow with their recommendation. But just as a comment, the residents have also stated that the roads on Woodley and Agincourt and McNulty are only 24 meters wide. So having a parked car, there is literally not enough room for two cars to pass each other. So that is part of their concern with where, like, just the congestion, the added parking, queuing, that sort of thing. So I'll leave that as a comment, because I think that that's a necessary point to bring up to you, because these are the concerns of residents adjacent to this property. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. We're going to Councillor Matt Francis.
Thank you, Chair, and I apologize if I may have missed this, but just picking back up on the topic of air quality, do we know roughly how many days a year where the indoor mitigation plan would apply in this situation?
Through the chair, I'd like to bring Brian Sootli back to answer to this question.
Good morning. Thank you for the question. So looking at the data based on, again, St. Christopher's Park, that would be on a normal year, perhaps 40 days out of the entire year where the air quality levels would be at a level where you might want to restrict indoor activities. Obviously, 2023 was an abnormal year, and as we saw this past July, or this a couple of weeks ago, you'd probably obviously have those dates as well. But typically somewhere around 40 days out of the year where something might have to be restricted. Some of those days do actually occur in the winter. Again, we haven't gone into that granularity, But during the spring and the fall, again, there'd be a certain number of days, but over the course of a year, about 40.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that clarification.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Evan. Just reiterating that you're not in favor of the staff report at this time. Can I have a mover and seconder to receive the delegation from the agent? That's going to be Councillor Wang and Councillor Nand. Thank you. Please indicate with your hand vote now. Thank you. That carries. And we do have a number of written submissions on this matter. So it's 8.1, written submissions from Jane Garneau, who has a petition. 8.1b, Nadine Del Sordo, Regina Del Sordo. 3, Marcus Way. And 4, James Thomas from AJ Clark and Associates. Now we'll hear from registered delegates. So we're going to 8.1. And our first registered delegate is James Thomas from AJ Clark and Associates. Please come down to the podium to begin your delegation. And when you start, you'll have 5 minutes.
Good morning, committee. My name is James Thomas, a land use planner with AJ Clark and Associates and a longtime resident of Ward 4 in Crown Point East. We have been retained by ArcelorMittal Dofasco to comprehensively review the materials submitted for the application, as our client has reasonable concerns regarding the implementation of a commuter-based private elementary school directly across from their industrial facilities. It should be disclosed that we were contacted by the applicant to facilitate submission of formal consultation, and at that time we were not confident the location would be appropriate, considering land use compatibility and the likelihood of significant contamination and pollution. We suggested the applicant seek more appropriate locations. Those concerns have only been strengthened when evaluating the submitted materials, and we share the opinion of staff and agree with their recommendations for denial. A letter was provided by our client outlining their concerns, which are primarily tied to safety and operations surrounding their industrial land use and appropriate compatibility with such. The stretch of Beach Road, as we've mentioned, is a full-time truck route with significant transportation, industrial transportation, and is protected by an agreement with the City of Hamilton and through a special vehicle configuration permit with the Province of Ontario to operate the specialized vehicles known as coil transporters. These are the only roads in which these immense vehicle types are permitted, and it is vital to our client's operations. This local, 2-lane industrial road does not contain a turning lane, nor has one been recommended. The submission describes that the private religious school aims to have enrollment of 700 students, 70% of which would come from outside Hamilton's boundary and include Milton, Oakville, Burlington, Cambridge, Brantford, and St. Catharines. Clearly, this is not a typical neighborhood school or asset as it is described in the Planning Rationale Report. This is a destination commuter school that should have appropriate transportation management in place. Further, the transportation demand management protocols that were highlighted by Paradigm, are they truly feasible when so much is dependent upon the singular mode of transportation being private vehicles? I wanted to speak to some of the comments that were made in a question: how do we enforce bell times to stagger through traffic throughout the operations of the school's existence? And where would cars park if we're looking at different parking locations to then walk along the industrial roads to get to the site? The transportation assessment states that the school at school enrollment would require up to 10 school buses and 338 private vehicle trips, 70% of which would be coming from Kenilworth Avenue. And the transportation assessment does not include an assessment of the intersections at Kenilworth and does not provide a true analysis of how the 338 private vehicle trips, together with the 10 buses, will be facilitated at drop-off. As designed, there are 5 drop-off spaces with room to queue up to 17 vehicles in the public right-of-way before extending into Beach Road. And queuing onto Beach Road could have significant traffic impacts to the adjacent industrial and commercial land uses and their operations, and could lead to traffic safety issues and HSR delays. Beyond concerns of impacts to traffic and operations for our client, we have significant concern for the existing contamination on site, existing air quality and pollution, and noise pollution. The submitted environmental site assessments conclude that further evaluation of the extent of the site's contamination is needed, along with remediation prior to submitting any record of site condition as required. The areas impacted are the proposed play areas for students. Further, both the property conditions assessments and the ESAs do not include any evaluation of noted possible asbestos, lead, polychlorinated biphenyls, radon gas, or mold. Air pollution is an obvious concern, as are the proposed mitigation measures that are mechanically based, which is the last form of mitigation to be considered for compatibility. As noted in the submission, a nearby monitor is installed providing measurements for airborne particulate matter and contaminants of concern. In the past several years, the ministerial standards, which are well below the WHO recommendations, have been exceeded dozens of times. The existing monitoring station in the nearby park is under what the applicant defines as a green dome. The development's mitigation measures include installation of an additional monitoring system that would provide notice to staff and parents when pollution levels exceed just 75% of those standards and restrict outdoor activity. Presently, we cannot confirm just how many times the air quality in this neighborhood has exceeded the suggested 75%. Further, as stated in the staff report, there are no measures in which to hold the school accountable for maintaining the proposed monitoring systems. As further described in the Land Use Compatibility Report, even if each individual industry were to meet their respective MECP requirements, the accumulated density of these uses can still exceed what is safe. Aside from air pollution, there's no consideration or discussion in the mitigation of industrial fallout that continually lands in the area. Residents have made their concerns regarding this matter known. Based on the review of the submitted application materials, it is my professional planning opinion that the proposed land use does not have appropriate regard for Section 2 of the Planning Act, is inconsistent with the provincial planning statement, and does not conform to the applicable policies of the Urban Hamilton official plan, and is not in good planning. We agree with staff's recommendations to deny the application, and we would suggest the proposed land use find a more suitable location to facilitate the scale and sensitive land use intended. Thank you.
Thank you, James. We have some questions, and Councillor Nan is going to start off.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to delegate. And so that I have this really clear, you are a paid representative for Dofasco in putting together your assessment and your delegation today?
We are retained by ArcelorMittal to review the submitted materials. That was phase one. Upon the review of the submitted materials, if we felt that it was in poor planning, we would be speaking on their behalf today, which is phase two of that retainer, and that's why I'm here today.
Thank you. So yes, could you actually, I tried to type your comments. You had mentioned specifics around air quality and limits and excessive of air quality particulate matter being in excess of limits, and you referenced WHO. Could you just go back to that portion of your notes and repeat what you said?
Yes, so the nearby monitoring station, as described by other consultants, does measure those contaminants. The MECP standards are typically well below what the WHO recommendations are, especially given, I believe, the 2021 WHO recommendations, which lowered those levels even further. And that's where that comes from, is the WHO reports regarding that.
Okay, and so you're relying on data coming from the air quality monitoring station at the park that was referenced earlier?
Yes, from that and from the submitted materials from, RWDI. We relied on that report, their findings, and also looked at the 2024 stats that were not included.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. I'm not seeing any other questions. Okay, thank you very much for your delegation today.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? You may come down now. Thank you. So the first thing you can do when you begin is just identify yourself, and then you'll have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Nadine Del Sordo. I was born and raised 49 McNulty, which is right in front of...
Sorry, one moment, please. Just getting some instructions from the clerk. Sorry. Okay, so I've just been informed that if you've submitted a written,
I can't speak then?
you cannot repeat the information.
No,
that's-
I'm not going to repeat that. I'm just watching what everything was said.
And you cannot share private and personal information.
Okay.
Okay?
I can't say I live in that neighborhood, Ward 4?
I
Okay, I live in Ward 4.
Thank you. Okay, we'll carry on from there, and hopefully we can share new information.
I just have a few questions for Evan. He said there's
Sorry, you can't ask those questions,
to him either.
but you can kind of generally just ask them, and maybe one of the counselors could pick
All right.
something up that would be asked at a later time during questioning and future meetings. Thanks.
Okay, so it was brought up about the soot. We have soot in that area forever. I'm not saying it is Dofasco. There's a lot of businesses around that area. So our air quality down there, I don't know where these guys get the numbers, but I would like to see them. I'm going to check. I have some information I'm going to check. He also said about trees aren't dying. Yes, trees down in that neighborhood die all the time. I removed 2 that were there for 50 years. I live in a home that has been there built in that 1950s down there. So the quality is poor down there. We all made choices to live down there. I grew up there, like I said. I brought my family and lived there. Neighbors grew up with me are in that area because it was family. We only have 5 blocks. Dofasco took the other guys. A school down there with all this extra plus Dofasco, that was our biggest thing. We still fight with Dofasco, but they're our neighbors. They help us so far, and you know, traffic down there is crazy. I fought to get for our ward down there, our neighborhood, a 40 for like 3 years. He's saying that, oh, we're going to get a 35 down there. Well, when's that going to happen? Not in the next few years anyways. So traffic is our big concern down there. Safety isn't. Like you said, these kids haven't been brought up in these trucks. It's not just trucks. It's the buses, the local buses. It's now all these new car lots and mechanics down there that just zip around the neighborhood. It's the scary thing. And Woodley and Agincourt is small. They have, like when he's saying about parking and walking to get your children, I don't know where he's parking because there is no parking. And then, you know, this is where it's going to start again. We fight with Dofasco all the time. They work with us. Now we're going to be fighting with the school. That school has been closed forever. My children went there. I mean, I went there. My mother went there. The point is, there is asbestos in there, we were told. It wasn't because we didn't have students, it was because the Board of Education wanted to get money and build a new school, which I'm still waiting for down there. They said, Ray Mulholland told us we're going to get a brand new school, our kids will go there. Never happened. Down in that basement is asbestos and mold. We know that for a fact, the neighborhood. That was one of our things too. So how are you going to have kids in that school? Has that ever been tested in that school? Like, I mean, even through the movies, everybody in our neighborhood would talk about how is that happening with all, you know, we were told. I think they have a big school. I think our little 5 blocks should just stay our 5 blocks and find somewhere that is more reasonable, closer to these kids being bussed in. And that's all I have to say. I think talk to the experts. Come talk to our neighborhood and see the experts. We've been all there for many, many years. Thank you.
Thanks, Nadine. Nadine, there is a counselor who would like to ask you a question. And it's Counselor Wang.
Hi. Hi, thank you so much for delegating. Thank you for your advocacy and also the letters that you've also submitted. I know you were also on the public consultation call when we had it early in
February.
Yes. So some of the challenges that you had brought up on that call were definitely that traffic related things. You were talking about the small size of the street. I think that you had also talked about just how it access for emergency vehicles was part of that,
yes.
Those concerns. Any other sort of concerns? Because I know that you had done this delegation in a variety of different ways. I was just trying to make sure that we're capturing all of the different
When
points.
when our neighborhood did talk at that meeting about using their playground, like a lot of the older people who live in front of the school on McNulty did ask, it was a cut down. Like, it was just like, we'll have to talk to our lawyers, our liability, Schools. Hamilton has all kinds. I help a lot of sports teams in Hamilton. So we need schools. We rent them out. We have our basketball, our football, whatever. We ask them, and again, we were shut down. The gated privacy is the words that they use, and we know what it is. The neighborhood is not. When you move into a neighborhood, you meet your neighbors, down there as a family. We do our things to keep us still. But like I said, it's 5 blocks. So you're gonna put this big school in now, and a lot's gonna interrupt the normal. That was our safe haven. People laugh when they say, you behind the train tracks? And it's like Sam Marilla said years ago, anything from Barton Street down is industrial. And if you start changing for one person, down from Barton down is industrial, as Sam said it years ago, what's gonna happen? All these, you'll have to start changing for everybody else, zonings. So let's just keep it how it is and pray everybody gets happy.
All right, thank you, Nadine. So just so that I'm clear, is that part of the concern of the neighbors was also access to that green space too, just because there isn't a lot of green space that's down there. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Nadine, you do have to fill out some paperwork. I just wanted to make you aware of that, okay? So, thank you. I'm not seeing, okay, so at this point, are there any other members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Not seeing any. At this point, I'm going to have Councillor Wang speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. It is my hope that committee will take this as a motion to actually keep the public meeting open and also defer consideration of the report until the next planning cycle, which will happen on September 1. The proponents through the Muslim Association of Canada have been very proactive with reaching out to staff to help with connecting and talking a lot about some of the mitigation strategies, as well as the results of this particular report. And they have asked for a little bit of extra time to try and see if there are solutions to be had. So my hope is that a committee will allow for a continuation of this public meeting into the next planning cycle, and as well defer consideration of the report until that time. And I think my seconder is Narinder, Councillor Nan.
Okay, thank you. So that's Councillor Nan. So I'm just going to confirm with clerk. So the motion before us is that the public submissions be received and considered by committee, and that the public meeting remain open and defer the report to September 1st. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councillor.
Okay, are there any questions to that? Not seeing any. We'll go to our first electronic vote for the day. The vote is up. And that motion carries 10-0. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we're going to 8.2 PED 26141. Applications for an urban Hamilton official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision for lands located at 219 and part of 235 Glover Road and 869, 873, and 877 Highway number 8, Stony Creek in Ward 10. Does the committee wish to hear the staff presentation? Okay, I'm seeing that's a positive, so could we have Drew Mehta come down to present?
Good morning, Chair, Planning Committee, and the members of public. I'm Dhruv Mehta, and I'm Planner 1 in Development Planning. And I'm going to present a recommendation report for an urban Hamilton official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision for lands located at 219 and part of 235 Glover Road and 869, 873, and 877 Highway number 8, Stony Creek. So this slide is the location map. It basically shows you the HSR bus lines and stops within 500 meters of the subject property. So this is an aerial view of the subject property. The subject lands are an irregularly shaped parcel having an approximate area of 3.3 hectares and approximately 87 meters of frontage along Highway 8 and 17 meters along Glover Road. The subject lands currently contain single detached dwellings, a detached garage, a building used for metal fabrication, and a commercial auto body shop, which are all proposed to be demolished. And the northern portion of the subject land consists of natural open space and a water course within the regulated area of Hamilton Conservation Authority. So these are some of the site photos. The top left photo are the subject property and the view from the Glover Road. And the top right is a view from Highway 8. The bottom left is a view of the neighboring property on the south, currently used for agricultural purposes, and the bottom right is a photo of a single detached dwelling. So the proposed development is for a common element condominium townhouse development consisting of 57 three-story block townhouse units, 32 three-story back-to-back townhouse units, and 13 three-story dual fronting townhouse units, and a total of 102 dwelling units with private parking, amenity, and stormwater management facility, and a potential private trail connecting through natural open space area subject to completion of trail feasibility assessment. Access is proposed via Glover Road with an emergency access provided via Highway number 8. Therefore, an amendment is required to amend the Fruitland Winona Secondary Plan land use plan by redesignating the rear portion of the subject lands from low-density residential 1 to natural open space, and in the front portion of the subject lands from low-density residential 1 to medium-density residential 1. And through a draft plan of subdivision, the applicant is seeking to divide the lands into one block for the development of 102 townhouse units, 2 road right-of-way dedications, and 1 natural heritage open space. This slide basically shows the front and rear elevations of the proposed townhouses. This slide shows front and rear elevations of the proposed dual frontage townhouses. And this slide is another slide showing the front and rear of the proposed townhouses. And this slide shows exterior and interior elevations of back-to-back townhouses. This slide shows a 3D modeling of the proposed development and a view from the Highway 8. And this slide shows a 3D modeling of the proposed development and the view from the Glover Road. So through the zoning bylaw amendment application, the applicant is proposing to rezone the portions of the lands from agricultural specialty zone to rural residential zone and to multiple residential zone to facilitate proposed development, and to add lands to the conservation hazard land zone to protect and enhance natural heritage features. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment seeks site-specific modifications to zone interpretation, definitions, yard setbacks, building separation, maximum density, amenity areas, landscape open areas, and parking regulations. So in conclusion, we haven't received any public concerns on this application, and staff support the proposed official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, draft plan of subdivision, and a Class 4 area noise classification as a proposal is consistent with the provincial planning statement, complies with the general intent of the Urban Hamilton official plan and Fruitland-Winona secondary plan, and represents good planning. The proposal provides a compatible and compact form of residential development that expands the range and mix of housing options, make efficient use of existing and planned infrastructure and municipal services, supports public transit and active transportation, contributes to development of a complete community, protects and enhances natural heritage through appropriate zoning and redesignation of environmentally sensitive lands, addresses potential noise impacts through recommended Class 4 area designation and mitigation measures, and supports the orderly and sustainable development of the area. Also, I'd like to make a note and get your attention to a minor typo. It's on the zoning bylaw document related to numbering, which will be shared with the clerk's office post-meeting. And no information on the bylaw itself has changed. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Drew. And we do have questions from Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Drew, for the presentation. Much appreciated. And you noted that your office may not have received any concerns, but I know that there have been some raised, and I know that there's people in the gallery today that will likely be delegating to bring those concerns forward. Knowing the kind of weird layout that we have here where we give the presentation first and then we hear the concerns, I'd like to kind of proactively ask you a couple of questions if I can, knowing that we've got some residents with those concerns that they've shared directly with my office. And whether it's through you, Drew, or Chair, if there's somebody on the bench that's going to be able to answer those questions, hopefully we can be a little proactive today. Drew, the first concern I think that's raised is the placement of the entryway, the roadway off of Glover Road. It kind of slices through some existing residential properties. In terms of the city's perspective on layout, width, size, can you speak to how the city planning department views that in terms of appropriateness, and that all things have been considered in terms of the impact on the adjacent properties to the best of the city's ability? Do you have a comment on that?
Through the chair, so I'd answer the first question of why basically the Glover Road was selected as the entry to the property. It's basically because our secondary plan discourages any accesses via highways, and Highway 8 is a major arterial road. That being said, all the aspects were considered by our transportation department and the studies being submitted by the applicant. And through that, Glover Road's entrance was deemed to be the most fit entrance to the property. And regarding the neighboring properties and consultation and any effects on it, we did, as per Planning Act, we did reach out to all the neighbors for any concerns regarding the proposal. But as mentioned, unfortunately, we did not receive any feedback or concerns from the neighbors.
Okay. Just to reiterate, though, it's standard practice for the City of Hamilton that we don't have entrances and exits where possible off of major arterials such as Highway 8, and that's one of the driving forces before the consideration today. Is that true?
Through the chair, it is partly true, but if there is no other access on a property other than a highway, then that would be considered the main entrance to the property.
Okay. The stormwater management pond that's located on the property on the north side abuts a number of existing residential properties. Unfortunately, in all of the documentation, it always shows blue, which I think creates an impression that it's always full of water. Do you have the ability to speak to the functionality of stormwater management ponds in terms of how they actually function? Are they expected to be constantly full of water? Where does the water go? How do they work? Are you able to offer that, or is that something that we better serve from the bench?
So to the chair, I defer that question to the bench.
Okay, Chair, I'm wondering if I could get some alliteration for those members of the public on how these stormwater ponds actually function and whether or not they're expected to retain water at all times or not.
We have someone.
Through Mr. Chair, Binu Korea, Director of Growth Management and Chief Development Engineer. In accordance with the subwatershed study, the applicant actually has to construct a stormwater management pond. This pond is a dry pond. Most of the time, the water is actually going to be dry because that's going to be called as dry pond. So, but in a major storm events, this stormwater management pond is going to be contained 2-year to 100-year storm within the pond. One of the main reasons is actually the subwatershed study recommend that the control actually has to be in place. Quality and quantity has to be contained in the stormwater management pond. The answer to your question is, Councillor, this is a dry pond, and most of the time you may not actually see any water.
Thank you for that, Benny. Appreciate it. Drew, back to you. You kind of use two different terminologies. I'm wondering if you could just put a fine point on. In the beginning of the presentation, you spoke to the designation of the property to the north, the northern portion where there is a natural water course already. You referred to it as being redesignated as natural open space, but then a little later on, it came up that I think the actual designation is conservation hazard lands. I'm wondering if you could just clarify what the application actually speaks to, and what does that do in terms of protection of that existing land and potential future developability of that property?
Through the chair, so there are two aspects of how we go about presenting this. One is the OP itself. That's why we are asking for an official plan amendment to redesignate the northern portion of the lands to the open space designation. The reason, and also to protect it again so that it doesn't fall in the zoning issue, is we are redesignating the same portion of the lands into the conservation hazard land P5 zone. So these are two separate. One is a policy-related designation, and the other is a zoning bylaw in itself, which we are amending because. They play hand in hand to ensure that the city protects the portion of the land, and to ensure that the city has access to the land as well. We have also added a condition in the subdivision. One of the conditions does say that we need the access to the land whenever it's a need be. So this is how we kind of define in both the designation as well as the zoning bylaw amendment.
Okay, but just to kind of summarize, the intention is that these become protected properties. It's not ever intended for future development, given the sensitive nature of the property.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, final question, if I may. Chair, thank you for your indulgence. There's going to be a lot of concern raised about downstream impacts, and Binu gave us kind of an opening taste of the design requirements for containment of stormwater on property. But there's a big concern about property owners to the north about impact on their lands as a result of this. I'm wondering if you can speak to, and again, if we need to pull from the bench, just how much design and regulation go into ensuring that this proposal doesn't become an issue or problem for neighbors to the north, and that there's a series of heavily regulated conversations and design features that have to go into the creation of this. I wonder if you can speak to that.
Through the chair, I defer that question to the bench.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Binu Korea, Director of Development Engineering. So, Councillor, to a question, there are lots of history actually on particularly to the Scooby area. So I just wanted to start from the beginning actually for the understanding what are the regulations actually we are in place to make sure that there is no impact to the downstream. Originally, the Stony Creek numbered watercourse flood mapping is actually completed in 1985. And after that, the Conservation Authority updated the mapping standards in 2010. And also then the city actually completed the Scooby subwater study in 2013. And then after the fact, the Fruitland Winona Block 2 servicing study also completed in 2018. One of the important components actually we have to make sure is that the Scooby subwater study completely analyzed the post and pre-development scenarios and what are how the land actually is going to be developed and what are the quality and quantity control actually need to be in place for every development. Based on this, they also come back with a targeted flow. What that means is in the pre-development and the post-development scenarios, every development actually how much flow they can discharge to the creek. That is one of the component actually city and the Ministry of Environment and Parks is actually looking at. All the stormwater management ponds is actually required, private or city ponds, requires the environmental compliance approval from the ministry. So there are, and also the Hamilton Conservation Authority is the custodian of this. They are making sure that any flows actually discharging from the pond to the creek is regulated and they need to get the approval. So the downstream impacts is actually going to be minimized because especially the subwater system analyzed the upstream to the downstream to see is there any impact if these lands actually bring for development. So the controlling is one of the important component will be in place as part of these developments.
Okay. Thank you for that, Binu. Appreciated. And I'll ask a very similar line of questioning to the proponent at the appropriate time, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beatty. And Councillor Beatty, will you be the mover? And can I have a seconder for the presentation? Councillor Kassar, thank you. Let's vote with our hand vote now to receive it. Thank you. That carries. So, Edward John from Landwise is here. Please come down to the podium and make your presentation.
Good morning, Chair, members of committee and staff. My name is Edward John. I'm a registered professional planner and a partner at Landwise. The application before you today is an official plan amendment and rezoning and draft plan application for lands located at Glover Road and Highway 8. The lands are for a residential subdivision consisting of 102 condo units, and the application is made on behalf of Homefield Communities. I have read the staff report and I am in full support of the staff recommendation. I do want to take this opportunity to thank staff. This has been a multidisciplinary review exercise, and obviously with some of the line of questioning from the good councillor, recognize a number of interests on this file. I won't spend too much time on the community context. I think Drew did an excellent job in orientating where we are with respect to the location. I will note that within this planned area, there is a neighborhood park central of the area, which will come through in additional slides. As Drew mentioned, we are applying for an official plan amendment that is to deal with the Fruitland Winona secondary plan. It essentially looks to redesignate the low density 1 area to a medium density residential 1 to permit the range of townhouse units, as well as to designate the natural open space. This is to recognize through the environmental work done on the file the ongoing protection of that area. The corresponding zoning for this area will see an update to ensure that we're permitted for those townhouses, and once again we have that P5 conservation area for the protection of the environmental area. While not raised in Drew's presentation, I do want to draw committee's attention to the Block 2 Fruitland Winona block servicing strategy. I do believe we have delegates within the audience who may speak to this. So in terms of the application itself, while this is not part of a Planning Act application. The blocks are subject to this servicing strategy, and changes to this plan do require council endorsement as it is a council-adopted plan. So as you can see on the slide, hopefully you can see the highlighted block in yellow. That is the subject lands. Currently within the servicing strategy, there is a road pattern that sees an east-west connection across the subject lands. When this was first approved, there was, for want of a better term, an asterisk on that road pattern, which required an EIS, an environmental impact study, to review the location of that connection. The purpose of the connection is more for transportation as opposed to servicing. And through the private application, that EIS was conducted and completed. The findings of that study did identify a larger than previously anticipated floodplain area. As such, there was an indication that significant impact as a result of that road crossing would occur across that wetland area, as well as a significant municipal infrastructure cost, as that would have to be a raised crossing, so essentially a 150-meter wide bridge across Watercourse 7, with no development opportunity either side. And as good practice, when you build a road, the intent would be to ensure development either side. In this case, as it is essentially a bridge, you wouldn't be able to put houses either side to ensure that you get efficient and comprehensive development. I will also note that I believe back in the spring we had an application to our neighboring west, which was for a long-term care facility. They have the similar road pattern, and through that process, as a result of those challenges, the road was not secured on those lands either. In terms of our process, we did consult with neighboring properties and the city, obviously, with options. You know, we're identifying that the challenges with this road pattern would exist. Where else could that east-west connection happen? Obviously, the options before you today, which is forming part of the recommendation of the staff report, is to explore the two areas in green. So those would be north of Watercourse 7, where the challenge of crossing it would not be of such an issue, and obviously where the development potential would be increased. I understand that we may have representatives for the property owners, particularly Winona Vine Estates. Through this process, those road patterns would only be required in the event of development of those properties. So in the absence of that, they would not be required to build or maintain those streets. In terms of the submission to staff, they did note that they are satisfied with this amendment, as the revised approach reduces municipal infrastructure requirements and represents a financially sustainable and environmentally responsible long-term solution for the Block 2 area and continues to support orderly development. Once again, Drew did an excellent job taking us through the development. We did hear from the ward councillor about the access point. That will be a condo road. This is intended to be a condo development with the ability to landscape and ensure impacts that may be otherwise experienced by neighboring properties is mitigated. In terms of amenity space, each unit will come with its private amenity area for each unit with a dedicated outdoor amenity area of approximately 800 square meters for the use of all residents. And it should be noted that, as you can see on this slide, over half of the lands are then protected, zoned, and designated for open space. This will provide potentially in the future some passive recreation, as well as the option for a trail to meet with that centralized parkland area. I don't know if I don't have a strong enough touch. It takes me a while. Drew did take us through this. I'm mindful of your time, but these are just some elevations of the various form of townhouses. Drew took us through that. Obviously, this has a number of supporting studies that inform the decision-making and outlay of the current proposal. There are obviously some to note, being the functional servicing and stormwater management report and the air drainage analysis. In terms of the main elements of this plan, it is proposed to provide a diverse townhouse selection of units and attainable home ownership, site connectivity through the private loop and pedestrian connections and future trails, an updated block servicing plan, which I walked you through, the air drainage consideration, so a specialized report talking about that air drainage, demonstrating that the patterns between the escarpment and the lake are protected, and then the designation and protection of those ESA areas. So in summary, it's my professional opinion that the application is consistent with the provincial planning statement, provides a compatible, compact development with a range of housing options, supports the city's transit objectives, and protects and contributes to the existing natural heritage system, and overall represents good planning. I am happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks, Edward. And just one more time, I know you said this in your presentation, you are in full support of the staff report.
Through you to Chair, yes, I am in full support of both the recommendation on the zoning and the draft plan conditions.
Okay, thank you. And we have questions from Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, thank you for the presentation, Edward. Much appreciated. And specifically, this committee has learned a lot about air drainage in the last little while. It's something that we're all familiar with out in the Winona area with our still highly functional orchard tree fruit industry. So I'm very pleased to see that that was continued to be a consideration that was given a lot of weight. I'm wondering if you may be able to just highlight, you mentioned attainable housing, and I know that the proponent has a particular business model that helps to incentivize home ownership. It's a little different, unique to Hamilton, might be the first of its kind. I'm wondering if there might be just a brief ability to comment on that, because I do see this as filling a need in the area, but it's important to note what this is and what this is not. So if you've got a minute or two that you might be able to explain to committee about that.
Absolutely, and through the chair to the councillor. So not just a range of condo units in terms of size, the applicant are exploring the option of land lease, which is a growing consideration, obviously in a challenging market. The land lease option looks to potentially reduce the overall cost of the unit with the expectation that the land itself is leased for a period of time. The potential resident would then just be looking at the costs of the unit. This saves a lot of land transfer tax and obviously reduces significantly the cost of the unit. Once again, it's still being explored in terms of the applicability and the market appetite for that type of product, but this is something that the developer has experience with and is seeking to explore on these lands.
Okay, and I think that's a really unique and interesting opportunity to get people into home ownership, particularly in this challenging market. You spoke to the neighbor to the west, the long-term care facility that this body approved some time ago, and I know that there were concerns raised by your proponent that we worked through, and appreciative of that. And I think that given the proximity to the long-term care facility next door, there could be a nice symbiosis between the two proposals. Very quickly, we asked questions about the road already. The storm pond I think has been addressed, but maybe you could just confirm that it is the intent that the design would be a dry pond as opposed to something that's going to be consistently full of water, and that all design considerations have been put into meeting all city conservation authority and provincial regulations on that.
So through the chair to the councillor, absolutely. So this is a private swim facility, so it is intended just to deal with the stormwater on this site. As Banu mentioned, it will be a dry pond. It will have controls both in quantity and quality as it drains into the area. And there are a number of draft plan conditions that govern both how it is built, how it is accessed, how it is maintained, and we'll be ensured to comply with all of those regulations.
Okay. The natural open space conservation hazard land portion, I think it's 40 to 50% of the actual land mass is just going to be designated as undevelopable, essentially. And I'm just trying to get a confirmation from you that that's the intent. The proponent is going to permanently designate these as such, and that there would not be a plan to somewhere down the line try to do a switcheroo or something like that. The intent is long-term that we're going to protect this natural heritage feature.
Through the chair to the council, yes, so an environmental impact study was conducted for the site. It was reviewed by both city staff, ESAG, and the Conservation Authority, ESAG being the environmentally sensitive assessment impact group, who looked at the characteristics of the wetland area and the naturalized areas. As a result, the floodplain increased. We were able then to capture that, survey that, and then provide that as a meets and bounds zoning designation. That zoning designation being the P5 restricts anything but that conservation hazard number of uses, which are all related to natural environment.
Okay. It was addressed by Binu earlier, but of course a big consideration on the downstream effects, and I think you spoke to it just a moment ago in terms of the design of the stormwater management pond, or what is referred to in planning circles as a swim pond. Just to be clear, no actual swimming in the swim pond, just to be clear. But the downstream impacts from your perspective have been taken into account, and working with both the property owners to the north, the city, all applicable agencies, there's been a lot of thought into making sure that there will be no impacts on the downstream property owners.
Through the chair to the councillor, absolutely. So a lot of study making sure that this can go forward, but then there's a number of elements such as the draft plan conditions, which secure how it's built, how it's constructed, how it's maintained, with respect to all of those, not just downstream impacts, but just for the site itself.
Okay. Final question, if I might, Chair. Sorry to go over. You introduced a new element that wasn't brought up in the staff presentation, and that is the East-West Corridor Road. And you spoke to the original design that was essentially to punch a road through the middle of a wetland, which doesn't really make a lot of sense in today's context. And staff have worked with your group to come up with a possible alternative, but just wanting to restate that there's no obligation per se that property owners are going to be required to build a road in any length of time in any future scenario. That's a proposal, but nothing's going to be necessarily carved in stone, maybe the best way to describe it. Maybe if you can offer some words on that.
Absolutely. Through the chair to the council, yes. So the block servicing strategy, which doesn't form part of the Planning Act, so that's the council adopted plan, identified the potential for crossing across these lands. In its study itself, it did identify that that would be subject to an EIS. So they didn't have the ability to access the property, get that detailed information. Obviously, through this private application, we did those works, we did that study, and there were significant impacts as a result if that watercourse crossing was to be in that location. We then worked with staff to look at alternative options, looking to move it northwards to avoid obviously having to cross the Watercourse 7. And I think what we have before you is a number of options that would meaningfully meet the intent of an east to west access area, but without having to cross that water. In terms of what that means for residents who own property there, obviously there will only be a requirement to construct that or review that if they came forward for development. So in the absence of any development application, it's status quo.
Okay, thank you for that. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Beatty. We all fear the dreaded switcheroo. And there's no more questions that I see. Edward, thank you. You may take a seat. And Councillor Beatty, will you move? And Councillor Cassar, will you second to receive the delegation from the agent? And then please indicate with your hand vote now. Okay, that carries. Thank you. Now we'll hear from registered delegates. And first person is Merv Pink. Merv's in person. Come on down, Merv. Once you begin, you'll have 5 minutes. And then after you present, if there's any questions, the councillors will ask them.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, member of the council. Two of my major concerns about this have already been brought up by the councillor. The first one is the roadway, where they want to put the road. If you have 102 townhouses there, you have the potential of 202 cars or 204 or whatever cars coming in and out of there every day. First of all, the road in and out of there is the lot is only 55 feet wide. In Hamilton, you need 66 feet to build a road, street, avenue. You need 66 feet. But if you call it a laneway, you don't have to apply to those rules. So they want all the heaviest traffic in and out of there on a road, first of all, that's not suitable. And the second thing is the road that it's coming out on, because we have buses going up and down there now, is literally falling apart. So we need to see what we can do about maybe moving it to the Highway 8 exit where they can put a wider road in. They could put 4 lanes if they wanted in there and use this one for an emergency exit. The second problem I had was what they're now calling a dry pond is literally right in my backyard. I've lived there 6 years. I don't have any water collection there now because the water runs the other way. So what they want to do is what they call a dry pond. In my whole life, I've never seen a dry pond. A pond is a pond. It collects water. That's what it does. What they want to do now is put that in 4 people's backyards. Not one person. 4 different houses are going to have that in their backyard. For some reason, it looks like they're reversing the way the water is flowing. The water usually flows the other way out to the wetlands. Those were my main concerns that the councillor brought up. So I don't know what can be done, but I don't really want that street coming out handling, like I said, with the potential of 200 plus cars coming out onto that road. That 6 years ago when I moved there, you'd hardly see a car on. Today, with all the development, it's a job to get in and out of your own driveway now. So now you want to put 200 plus more cars there. I don't understand why you can't just put it out to Highway 8, which is much more suitable to handle all that traffic. That's pretty much all I had to say. Between that and the pond.
Okay, thanks, Merv. And we do have some questions from Councillor Beattie.
Sure.
Merv, I just want to say thanks for coming out. I know that you and I have spoken about this on a number of occasions. I hope that perhaps there may be an opportunity for some deeper explanation in terms of, I'm not a professional on dry ponds. I'm with you. A pond is a pond. As it's been explained to me, it's designed to function in a certain way. And I'm wondering if perhaps, and I'm floating this out there, that there would be an opportunity for someone maybe to sit down with the 3 of us and go through how this thing actually works.
That'd be great.
I'd love to be able to say, you know, let's take their word for it, but I'd rather be shown the details of how it's
we've already caught them in a couple.
Understood.
Truths,
I
right?
I understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate that. In terms of the roadway, I'm not sure what can be done, but I certainly do appreciate what you're offering there. And I do want to perhaps at the appropriate time, Chair, I know that there are plans for upgrades on Glover Road. It is designed to be turned into something a little more robust and fixed, as you mentioned. It is being punished a little bit right now. And perhaps the appropriate question, if there's somebody in one of our divisions that may speak to the timeline in terms of when Glover is planned to be renovated and upgraded.
Wouldn't make much sense to fix it now with all the construction that's going to go on in there.
Correct. I'd just like to get a timeline for you.
But I don't understand how you can still put a street in when the lot's not big enough to put a street.
Understood. Okay.
So just by not calling it a street.
Gotcha.
Call it a lane, it's okay, I guess.
I hear you. I hear you. Thanks, Murph. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you, Merv. Okay, next delegate is Bosko Asanovic, movement of the Serbian Chetniks, Ravine Grove, and Bosnik. Bosko, are you in person here? Come on down to the podium, over there. And once you begin, you'll have 5 minutes. And if you need to raise the podium up, there is a button there that the clerk will help you with, or Councillor Cassaro will help you with. Thank you. And before we begin, can we raise the podium up a bit? Thank you. Okay, Bosco, take it away.
Okay, good morning, Chair, councillors, members of the City Planning Committee, and public in attendance. I am Boško Asanovic. I am president of the Movement of Serbian Chetniks Ravna Gora. I apologize for this PowerPoint presentation. My secretary from the Property Management Committee, he put it in, but we got it auto-correct. But anyway, so how do I move this? Go over? Use the mouse? Okay. Now what? It's not, nothing's happening. Next. There we go. Yeah. Okay. We'd like to know our organization, the Movement of Serbian Chetniks Ravna Gora, has been engaged with the City of Hamilton Planning Department, as well as with the developers of the project noted in PED 26141. We are the owners of Winona Vine Estates at 269 Glover Road, and our property is downstream from the proposed development project. For the agenda, item 8.2, PED 26141. Applications for an Urban Hamilton official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision for lands located at 219 and part of 235 Glover Road and 869, 873, and 877 Highway number 8, Stony Creek, Ward 10. We met with the developers, Homefield Communities Landwise, along with members of the City of Hamilton Planning Department on May the 26, 2026. The goal of this delegation is to make our feedback for the official record and for the City Council to be aware of our concerns. The following is a summary of the reasons we are opposed to PED 26141, application for development. Homefield Landwise is recommending to replace the current planned east-west Glover Road connection from their lands to 269 Glover Road. This change allows Homefield to maximize their land usage without having the east-west road connection travel through their development. The Movement of Serbian Chetniks Ravna Gora confirmed they have no intention to develop its lands. If maintaining the east-west connection to Glover Road is a priority for the City of Hamilton, alternative alignments outside of 269 Glover Road should be explored. We suggest the city look into the alternative that the Stony Creek Urban Boundary Expansion Sub-Watershed Study, Aquifor Beach 2013, recommended for the existing Glover Road connection to cross Watercourse 7 immediately upstream, that's south, of wetland number 3 and 269 Glover Road. It avoids fragmentation of wetland 3. This location requires the city road to cross a small ditch south of wetlands 3 with minor ecological impact. This is the planned east-west Glover Road connection confirmed in the Block 2 servicing strategy from 2018. Unfortunately, Homefield Landwise will need to adjust their development site plan as the city road will pass through. I can't get this up. I don't know how to move this.
Clerk will help you. Hi.
Where are we going?
Oh, okay. There we go. That's it. Okay. It's coming back. Okay, there we go, number 4. The majority of Homefield's argument to move the City of Hamilton's approved planned east-west Glover Road connection is the floodplain. Who provided the 100-year floodplain boundaries shown in the area of the Homefield development drawings? The note shown on Homefield's topographical map reads, floodplain provided by others on December the 1st, 2025. It appears to be significantly larger than our initial assessment. How can an overland ditch result in this size of floodplain when the developers claim no change in stormwater flows into Watercourse 7? The entire topography slopes down towards the north. This must be looked at in more detail. We are recommending the east-west Glover Road connection crossing over the ditch located south of the wetlands 3 resulted in very minor impact to the area ecology. Our proposal south of wetlands is negligible when compared to the ecological harm resulting from the Lizani Sweetberry development, clear cut of the mature trees identified as Woodland 6. This occurred in 2 stages and was completed in 2025. The forest was located north of 269 Glover Road. This has resulted in significant environmental loss of habitat, reduced biodiversity, and water management. If clear cut in Woodland 6 was approved, then why is the less impactful ecological alternative of crossing South Wetlands 3 in the current approved plan for the Glover Road's east-west connection not acceptable? And I'd like to add there as well, we've had a lot of flooding just lately there. There are several alternatives proposed by Homefield to move the current east-west Glover Road connection from their development onto 269 Glover Road. As indicated earlier, we are not developing our land and are requesting the City of Hamilton confirm they will not expropriate land if they insist on locating the planned east-west Glover Road connection through 269 Glover Road. We also raise concern regarding the cumulative impact of multiple developments within the contributing drainage area. The impact to 269 Glover Road from the cumulative engineering assumptions made by independent consultants working on their individual developments impose significant engineering risk for error or omissions. For example, the Sweetberry development is proposing to raise their grade 6 feet directly next to our property. That's the height of me, right? At 269 Glover Road, along the north and west property lines. This development alone has a significant impact on stormwater management facilities at 269 Glover Road. It will require grading works as well as tree removals from the grounds of our wedding hall and banquet center. There are additional stormwater management changes proposed by, but not limited to, projects 861 Highway 8 Long-Term Care Facility, City File SPC-2026-00057, and 219 and part of 235 Glover Road, and 869, 873, and 877 Highway 8 condominium townhouse developments, City File 25T-202506. Both of the projects cited are subject to the city's general stormwater policies and guidelines and must adhere to on-site water quantity, quality, and flood and erosion control volume requirements provided by the SCUBY sub-watershed study and the Block 2 servicing strategy recommendations. Who is accountable and taking on the responsibility of these cumulative changes? Thank you.
Hey, Bosco, thanks very much. And stay there. Councillor Beatty has some questions for you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Bosco. Good to see you, sir. And I just want to first state that we've had a number of conversations and about the property. I'm a lifelong Winonian, and I know the importance of the property to your
entire
organization. I know that there was a lot of effort and intentional work that went into acquiring that property and nurturing it, and it has a special place, and I understand that. I just wanted to get your very last point. Who is responsible? If you could just re-articulate that, because I think that there may be some additional questions of clarification that I can ask of staff.
For number 6, yeah.
I was trying to take some notes. I'm wondering if you could just, who is responsible for ensuring the future downstream impacts, some of that nature?
I've got, let's see, I've got to go back. How do we go back? Yeah. I've got to go here. I'll have to read it off here.
Sure, go ahead.
The majority of Homefield's argument to move the City of Hamilton's approved planned east-west Glover Road connection is the floodplain. Who provided the 100-year floodplain boundaries shown in the area of the Homefield development drawings? The note shown on Homefield's topographical map reads, floodplain provided by others, on December the 1st, 2025. It appears to be significantly larger than our initial assessment. How can an overland ditch result in this size of floodplain when a developer's claim no change in stormwater flows into Watercourse 7? Right? The entire topography slopes down towards the north. This must be looked at in more detail. We are recommending the east-west Glover Road connection crossing over the ditch located south of Wetlands 3, resulting in very minor impact to the area ecology. Our proposal south of wetlands is negligible when compared to the ecological harm resulting from the Lozani-Sweetberry development clear-cut of the mature forest.
So Bosco, I'm wondering, your last panel that you were reading to us, there was a question about the impacts given the group of changes that are taking place around your property. Who is responsible for that? To summarize, you're interested in what's the assurances?
Right, we're going to be, we're going to have property raised around us 6 feet, around the hall, 6 feet. Right, I'm 6'2", so up to there, all round us, and they're going to build on top of that 35-foot tall townhouses. Right. Meanwhile, 20-something years ago, I was at a City Hall meeting with Brenda Johnson, Maria Pearson. We were told that there would be a 50-foot wide corridor for wildlife right round our property. So the wildlife can go from the escarpment to the lake. The very next day, it was clear cut. The very next day. And then last year, the rest of it was completed. Since then, we have puddling on our grounds. I think we've called you a few times about it, right, Jeff? Mm-hmm. Yeah. We've had puddling on the grounds. We've had numerous issues. Now, with the long-term care facility coming, we're going to have more water coming on our property. Everything's coming on our property. We're going to be in a hole with this development. And the other thing is the water, the way it's flowing, everything flowing into a stream. We've got a little stream going through our property. We've got a small culvert there. And if we can do a small culvert, why can't Homefield do a culvert where they are, with a ditch? We need that east-west. I agree you need the east-west road, but you don't need it through Winona Vine Estates.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to, Chair, at the appropriate time, like to ask some follow-up questions of staff. I think I've got it summarized here, Boschko, and appreciate you coming and speaking before this committee.
Okay.
Thanks, Bosco.
Thank you.
There's no more questions, so you can have a seat. So are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And one final time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Not seeing any. I'm just going to ask the clerk, is this the time that we would have Councillor Beattie ask us questions? Or do we have a mover and seconder first?
You'll put the report on the floor first?
Okay, so basically, may I have a mover and seconder?
So, yes, so first of all, you're going to be receiving the public submissions and close the public meeting and then move on to consideration of the report.
Okay.
And then at that time, Councillor Beattie can ask his questions of staff.
Okay, thank you. So can I have a mover and seconder that the public submissions be received and considered by committee and that the public meeting be closed? Councillor Beattie, Councillor Wang, thank you. Please indicate electronically now. The vote is up. Okay, that motion carries 9-0. On the report, may I have a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations in the report? Councillor Beattie, Councillor Wang. Councillor Beattie, this is the time for your questions.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. First, just want to thank the delegates for coming out today, and I want to acknowledge that the sensitivity around this. It sounds to me, particularly our last delegate, like there were conversations that have taken place over a long period of time. As I've said in this chamber before, the Stoney Creek Urban Boundary Expansion Plan has been on the books for roughly 30 years, and these are decades of ongoing conversations that have taken place. And it sounds to me like assurances made and the lived experience of what's taking place is not matching up to the expectations that were set previously. And I want to acknowledge that. So I think it's important as the ward councillor for the area that I try to do everything possible to daylight those concerns, to ask staff for their responses, to acknowledge that there's got to be a show me, don't tell me attitude in here, that we have to ensure that the concerns are addressed, that they are listened to, that they are explained, that mitigation factors or design features are thoroughly understood by all parties, because it just feels like the previous experience has not been good, and I want to correct that. I want to make sure that we're able to move forward on this. So through you, Chair, if I could ask staff in terms of, once again, the downstream, and perhaps I have to reframe the question because it's sounding like we have, for this particular property owner, not just downstream effects and concerns with this proposal and the one that we've already approved, and there are also now emerging concerns on a previously approved application to the north. Like this particular property owner is expressing concerns from all sides. So how do we address that? And how do we ensure that that there is no impact on this property, and that some of the experiences that they're having right now are recognized and mitigation factors are put in place? So through you, Chair, could staff offer a response on how we can better assure the existing property owner that the concerns all around are going to be addressed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. any application, I just wanted to talk about the process. Any subdivision application actually comes along to the city, we always actually have to make sure we follow the city standards. We have a comprehensive development guidelines, talks about how the stormwater management or the roads, everything actually has to be designed. In addition to that, we also have a subwater studies, and the target flows is actually has to be discharged in accordance with the standards. Staff actually always make sure that those components actually is reviewed, and this is all in accordance with the standards. So the downstream impacts, it's already gone through a multiple analysis actually from 1985 right up to now. There are analysis and the HECRAS model, that is what the consultants actually normally use to analyze the overall effect of the creek. So they analyzed and identified a number of mitigation measures. Number one, controlling the flow in accordance with the subwater studies. In addition to that, City Council also approved the low impact development guidelines. We have to make sure any development comes in, we actually normally, we have to make sure, the staff has to make sure the low impact development techniques actually it's applied within the site. So all the approval process, and especially this particular application is actually coming for site plans. And we also heard actually previous delegates about the stormwater management pond and the locations. And I was talking to the consultant a few minutes ago. What we can do is actually as part of the site plan, we could also look at some screening, looking at landscaping and making sure that those concerns actually can be addressed through the site plan. So when we were talking about the Sweetberry, just north of this particular 269 or Winona Wine Estates lands, if I look at to the north, there is city actually building a stormwater management pond. And this is actually completely managed by the city departments and making sure that those stormwater management pond can perform as designed. We are actually currently working with the Winona Estates property owners and their consultants, meeting with the North landowner is Losani Homes. We were actually working very closely to resolve some of the drainage issues actually happening at the moment. If I look at actually the North property, we didn't approve a portion of the land until proper stormwater management is in place. What they are proposing at the moment is they actually installed several catch basins to collect all the flows. And the property owner and the developer actually has met on site. My understanding is correct. Last week, there was some discussions are actually going on. But what we approved, the engineering drawings, what we approved, is in accordance with the city standards and in accordance with the subwater studies. This is just the grading, the pre-grading impacts. But finally, there won't be any flooding actually should happen because staff has reviewed and approved these drawings. Not only this, the stormwater management pond, we need to get approval from the Ministry of Environment and also the Conservation Authority. Those approvals are already in place.
Okay, thank you for that. That's a big answer, Binu, but if I'm summarizing it for those watching at home, there's a commitment there to continue to work with this property owner to address a number of, and this is kind of outside the conversation, I apologize, but I think it's germane to ensuring that we say publicly that we're going to work with this property owner to address the concerns, to give them some assurance that we take their concerns seriously in accordance with all of the different guidelines that you've already spoken to, and ensuring, I think that through the site plan approval process, which is still to come, there's another layer of planning mechanisms that affords all groups to mitigate negative impacts. Binu, there was a question raised about who provided the 100-year floodplain map. It wasn't particularly noted. The question was asked. I'm wondering if you could answer the question of where that 100-year floodplain map came from.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, is it possible, it's appropriate for the applicant consultant is here, so he could probably actually give us that answer where they got these informations. My understanding is actually correct. The city actually has the Scooby secondary, subwater studies, and we did actually came back with a flood mapping, and we received those information from the Conservation Authority. And also we completed the 2018, as we completed the Fruitland Winona block servicing study. That also we did actually use the same informations in these documents. My understanding is correct, actually reading actually their functional servicing report. The applicant actually did they did a topographic survey, and they had consultation with the HCA, and they consulted with them, and they developed a HECRAS model to demonstrate where is actually going to be the ultimate flood mapping is going to be. I think that's the information I can read from their functional servicing report.
Okay. Thank you. I think that answers the question. One of the big concerns was an east-west road. There is no plan to expropriate. That's not how the city does business. We don't, as a rule of thumb, require that. And as part of this approval process, that would not be on the table. The city's not going to go in and take this land from the property owner. Could you confirm that?
Through Mr. Chair to the council, that's correct. City is actually not going to be, at this time, actually, it's not planning to do any expropriation. This is normally all the developments actually happens based on when the development application comes in, and city doesn't have any plan to expropriate at this stage.
Okay. And from a planning process, the east-west corridor road, I mean, it's been moved once now. Should this approval be given today, it is possible in a theoretical sense that it could be moved again. Should there be more conversations around future development that come forward, that is still a possibility, correct?
Through Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Thank you for that, Chair. Thank you for the indulgence. I want it publicly said that it's my expectation that the City Planning Department, the proponents, will all continue to work together. I know that there have been a number of meetings. We have to continue to communicate very well with our community on this, and I would ask that goodwill continue, and that we try to restore some of the confidence that potentially has been lost through prior actions. So with that, Chair, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie, and I'm just going to ask one follow-up question as well, so I'll turn the chair over to Councillor M. Wilson. One of the delegates, Merv, said that it was his feelings that this plan reverses the flow of the water. Is that the case?
Through Mr. Chair, at the moment, as when I look at the lay of the land, most of the drainage actually goes towards the creek. What they have to do is actually when they come back with the site plan, they have to contain all the flow into the stormwater management pond. So they have to capture through the catch basins and so on and bring it to the stormwater management pond. Therefore, the design of the land has to follow the stormwater management pond process, so it has to drain towards the pond.
Okay, thanks. I think I understand that better. I'll take the chair back. And at this point, there are no more questions for staff. So let's indicate with our electronic vote now. And the vote is up. And that vote carries 9-0. I think we're going to continue onward with 8.3. It's PED 26089B, the Revitalizing Hamilton's Commercial District's Community Improvement Plan and associated financial incentive programs. There is no staff presentation, there's no agent, there are no registered delegates or written submissions. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting on this issue? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Not seeing any. May I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Kassar and Councillor Wang, that there were no public submissions and that the public meeting be closed. And we'll indicate that with our electronic vote as soon as it comes up. The vote is up. That motion carries 9-0. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations in the report? Councillor Wang, Councillor Kassar. Are there any questions for staff on the report? Councillor Wang.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, this has been I think, labor of love for John Paul. I think that he has worked really hard on this, and I'm really thankful for the amount of work that he's done just to update all of our SEPAs. I guess a question that I'd like just a tiny bit of clarity on is, after we get this approved here at GIC, it does go to council to get ratified, but we've already kind of seen this previously. So what's that mechanism to, if we wanted to change different aspects of it according to market conditions or something like that, what does that look like after we get this ratified at council? And I know that it's inside of a 5-year program, so.
Through the chair, I'll take that one. Phil Caldwell, Manager of Commercial Districts and Small Business. So as a matter of practice, we do these 5-year reviews to ensure the programs are aligned with market conditions and council priorities. But having said that, there is always an opportunity to amend the programs mid-year or mid-cycle in order to respond to council priorities as they arise. The mechanism of the CIP is the legislated document that is why we're here today. But the program terms specifically that administer the programs and provide more fulsome details about what the programs are, can do, grant amounts, things of that nature, are appendices and can be amended without invoking Planning Act requirements as needed.
Okay, thank you. A question then for some of our commercial districts. I know that previously, I know I had talked to John Paul about this a long time ago, was how do we enable some of the commercial districts on it's not called fortification, but it's like thinking through like how do we help business owners feel that they have safety and security of their storefronts. And I think that has sprinkled in throughout multiple of these CIPs. I just wanted to get a better understanding on how do we support small businesses along that sort of vein.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, we have seen businesses looking to better protect their operations and their investments given some of the conditions and vandalism and graffiti tagging and things like that have been kind of social matters that have been arising in some of our commercial areas. We took that to heart through this review, and specifically in the Commercial District Revitalization Grant Program, we have provided more avenues for people and businesses to apply for things like security cameras. We continued the graffiti removal grant that's provided to owners to help them offset costs for removing graffiti. And we've also introduced crime prevention through environmental design, or CPTED, as a cost for assessment, as well as any upgrades to the buildings required to meet CPTED principles as an eligible cost under these programs. And the threshold and due diligence required for businesses to utilize those is much less compared to some of the other improvements in order to help them better support the businesses with crime prevention opportunities.
Okay, thank you. My last question through you, Chair, is I appreciate the updated wording around the Barton Kenilworth Revitalization Grant, specifically allowing for creative industry to be kind of incorporated in there. Does this mean that the motion I had put forward previously around looking at a strategy for Kenilworth, does that mean that this has been checked off now that the SEPA has included the creative industry? Or does this mean that there is still an additional body of work that could be coming forward on the strategy side of how we look at Kenilworth Street?
John Paul Iacono, Senior Project Manager. Through the chair, we prior to introducing this amendment to the program you referenced, we did meet with planning staff, and essentially, you know, we looked at things like zoning, and there's nothing in terms of zoning that could be done to address that motion. So we were hoping through this introduction of the Creative Industries grant in this program that it could spur some sort of further investment, and we can also treat it like well, not like a pilot, but we can go back to it, review it, see what comes of it. I think a lot of times these programs, we have to just you know, it's not an exact science, right? So we have to see how they evolve, what the uptake is, and just generally along Kenilworth, the uptake has been slow, even though the grants have been you know, generous. So we're introducing a new eligible sort of options to enhance the corridor, and I think what we'll do is we'll see what comes of it, and then propose maybe some additional amendments or modifications to the program to further address any concerns along Kenilworth.
Okay, thank you so much. And then my last question is, what happens afterwards? What's the implementation look like to get all of these SEPA documents out into the community? So what's that action plan look like to get this out for the community to understand and ideally take advantage of?
So through the chair, we talked a little bit about this at GIC last, and we're going to continue to talk about including at Open for Business subcommittee coming up. But our plan is to further use social media. So for example, I think we do a really good job during the review periods to reach out through social media. We're going to continue to do that to promote the programs. And then I think what we have to also do is sort of do a little boots on the ground, maybe target some specific corridors, which we're thinking about now. Obviously, we can't touch all the corridors. That would be a little bit ambitious. But right now, we're coming up with a plan to actually get out to the actual businesses in person, and figure out which areas to target specifically to increase uptake, to increase the you know, the knowledge of the programs, et cetera.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That answers all of my questions. I'm really thankful for the amount of work that the team did, and I'm very excited to see how we might see some more uptick, especially along Kenilworth Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. I'm not seeing any more questions, so what we'll do is we'll vote electronically on this now. Vote is up. That motion carries 8-0. And unfortunately, the next item, 9.1, I know there's some people in the stands that are waiting for this, but we're not going to get through it until before 1 o'clock, so we're going to have to break. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to call a break for lunch right now until 1:30. So it'll be a 1:30 start, and then we'll go to items for consideration, item 9.1. Thank you very much. after lunch. Items for consideration were on item 9.1, PED 26016, tariff of fees, updates to exempting charitable and nonprofit organizations proposing affordable housing projects from planning application fees citywide. I'd like to call upon Kansi Jazvac, Business Facilitator, and Sebastian Cummings from Business Facilitator to begin the presentation. And it's my understanding that you're going to be 10 minutes. Okay. And just, you know, I should have checked before, but please correct me if I pronounced your names wrong.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of committee, staff, and public in attendance. My name is Kathy Jazvac. I'm a business facilitator with the Planning Division, and I'm here today to present updates to the process which authorizes exempting or reducing planning application fees for charitable and nonprofit organizations proposing affordable housing projects. And before I continue, I just want to make a quick note that there was a revision to the presentation, which will be updated on the website as well. The purpose of the report there we go. The purpose of the report is to update and expand the current process for exempting planning application fees as approved by Council in 2016. Proposed updates will align and clarify eligible fees for exemption with the current Planning Division fee structure and expand fee exemptions to other Planning Act applications, including some fees which are required as per conditions of site plan approval and certain administration fees. The key objective of this update is to continue providing incentives, financial support, and encourage the development of new affordable housing throughout the city. So as some background, the planning application fees that are currently eligible for fee exemptions include an official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, rental housing protection, and site plan control applications. All are eligible for 100% fee exemption. However, for site plan control, any fees that are required as conditions of site plan approval are currently excluded. The plan of subdivision and plan of condominium applications are each eligible for a 25% fee reduction. Since the implementation of the fee exemption process, planning has undertaken several updates affecting development application fees and processes, which created inconsistencies when evaluating eligible applications for fee exemptions. Phased fee increases for planning and engineering applications came into effect in May 2019 and January 2020. In January 2023, as a result of legislative changes, planning implemented process changes to more accurately reflect the work involved in reviewing planning applications under stricter timelines, and this resulted in fee increases and changes to when certain fees are collected. To better understand what the inconsistencies are, staff compiled an analysis of key changes for each planning application within the scope of the original fee exemption. A detailed summary is provided in Appendix D and E of the report. As a brief overview of the 6 application types that are currently eligible for fee exemptions, other than fee increases, there has been no impact on how fee exemptions are evaluated from a process perspective for an official plan amendment, plan of subdivision, plan of condominium, and the rental housing protection applications. The 2 application types I would like to highlight where process changes have had an impact on how fee exemptions are evaluated are zoning bylaw and site plan control. First, the zoning bylaw amendment application. There are currently 2 rezoning application types. Previously, there were 3, and each of them had a different fee. In addition, there are also additional per unit fees, which were not applicable in 2016. This change has mainly had an impact on the funds allocated for fee exemptions. Staff recommend that the base rezoning application fees continue to be exempt and any per unit residential fees also be included. Fee exemptions for the removal of holding provision is also recommended to continue. Key changes for site plan control. This application has had the biggest and most impactful changes. Currently, all fees required per conditions of site plan approval are not exempt. This created an issue when the restructuring of fees, which occurred in 2023, separated the fee for reviewing submissions to clear site plan conditions from the base application fee, and it is now collected as a condition. As a result, these fees, which were previously exempt as a component of the base application fee, became a distinct fee for which exemption had not been clearly established. Further, the associated per unit residential charge is required to be paid as a condition of site plan. To be consistent with zoning bylaw amendment application, staff recommend exempting these fees since they are also directly associated with processing an application. This next slide lists the proposed expanded scope of applications and other related planning fees to be eligible for fee exemption. Staff undertook a municipal scan to determine which fees other municipalities are currently exempting and also considered inquiries received from charitable or not-for-profit organizations about eligibility of certain fees. On this basis, staff recommend including 100% fee exemption for minor variance applications, formal consultation, and select administrative and review fees which are directly related to the processing of applications. A 25% fee reduction is recommended for part law control applications, and Appendix B provides a comprehensive summary of the proposed expanded scope. Financial implications. To assess financial implications, staff conducted a review of fee exemption applications submitted in the last 3 years. Staff note that application numbers will fluctuate annually due to various factors, including availability of incentive programs and economic conditions. Therefore, an average between the start of 2023 and the end of 2025 was used as a basis for analysis. To account for fluctuations, staff recommend increasing the annual budget from $150,000 to $450,000. The full breakdown is available in Appendix C. Consultation has been undertaken with staff in the following departments: Planning and Economic Development, Healthy and Safe Communities, Corporate Services, and notice of the proposed changes was posted in the Hamilton Spectator on July 10th. In closing, the recommendations we are bringing before the committee today propose to approve the updated Planning Affordable Housing Fee Exemption Program, direct staff to update the application process and the associated application form, that the increase of $300,000 in the tax operating budget to support the expansion of affordable housing fee exemptions be considered as part of the 2027 budget process, and direct staff to continue to monitor the program and report back to Planning Committee in Q1 of 2029 to recommend any necessary modifications to this budget item. Thank you. This concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kathy. Not seeing any questions at this time. You good? Okay. So may I have a mover and seconder to receive the presentation and approve the recommendations in the report? Councillor Kretsch and Councillor McMeekin, thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Oh, sorry. Sorry? Yeah, to receive the presentation and to approve the recommendations in the report. And that's Councillor Kay and Councillor McMeekin, and then we're going to go to questions from staff, or for staff. Are there any questions for staff? Not seeing any. Councillor M. Wilson.
Thank you. Sorry, I read this a few days ago. On page 6 of the report, the projected annual average amount of exempted fees is just over $400,000, resulting in an annual average exempted fee of, okay, Do we have, or perhaps it would be better asked at GIC, but do we have a full account of how much the city of Hamilton is contributing towards affordable housing in its totality, meaning DC exemptions, these sorts of permit fees, actual funding off the levy, et cetera, through the chair?
Through the chair, so the scope of this update was just to assess planning application fees, but I think we would have to,
yep, I got it.
Inquire about that and get back to you.
I will
offline.
action that ask at the appropriate committee. I just thought I would try it here. Thank you for your work.
Okay, not seeing any more questions at this time. Please indicate your electronic vote now. Councillor Cretch and Councillor McMeekin. It's up now. Thumbs up? Okay. Okay, that motion carries 9-0. Thank you. We're at the 9.1A, correspondence from Graham Carroll. Hamilton is home. May I have a mover and seconder to receive that correspondence? Councillor Cassar and Councillor Wang, thank you. Please indicate by show of hands now. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Thank you. We're on to 9.2 HMHC minutes 26007, Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee minutes, July 17th, 2026. May I have a mover and seconder to receive the minutes and approve the recommendations therein? Councillor Cretch, go ahead. Are you just moving or are you going to say something? Okay. And then Councillor Wang will second. Okay, so carry on. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you again. Keeping me on task.
Thank you. I did want to make some comments and ask staff some questions about the designation. We heard a delegation earlier today from the hospital with respect to the M wing on the mountain, and they request that we not follow the recommendations from the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee. So a couple of opening comments from me, then I have some questions for Director Coit. As council's representative on the Heritage Committee, I've tried to make this point maybe 10 different times in this term of council. I don't think I've been entirely successful. I'll try for the 11th. Heritage designation is not in and of itself a blunt instrument. It's not as if when we designate a property that that's it, this property is protected permanently forever and no one can do anything over there and everyone's prevented from doing things. Two recent examples of heritage designated properties that we fully demolished were, or one that's going to be, the Canning Mills and the Tivoli. Just to give you a sense of the kind of scope and breadth of what happens with the heritage process when something is designated and what the heritage permit process allows for. A great example, just a block, half a block from here, a block from here, is the somewhat demolished James Street Baptist Church. So that's got a heritage permit attached to it, and that process allows us to work with that proponent around all kinds of things. So one thing we were able to do, for instance, was get the property graded recently, remove all the debris on the site, fix the fencing, address all kinds of other issues, secure the building. So that's just what goes on when we're doing this kind of thing. So the reason why I'm supporting designation is because this allows us to actually have that conversation publicly. If we don't, we have two other options. One is just not designated at all, and a likely outcome of that will be it gets demolished, we lose the heritage features, and it becomes a parking lot. That's one outcome. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but that's an outcome that happens in these situations. Secondly, we could do what's in the alternative here. And the alternative suggests that we delegate authority to staff to work with the proponent to preserve heritage features. We've done this a number of times. It's just not a designation necessarily in the same way. And we would designate staff for that. That's not a public process. So that would just happen sort of between staff and the proponents, and that would go on, and they would negotiate around what they're going to do here to try and save the attributes and make the building work out. It's just not a public process. I think what the Heritage Committee wants is to see the process remain public so that whatever happens has that level of scrutiny and accountability, which can only really happen if we designate the building. So I want to say all that because I feel like there's often misunderstandings about what happens here. My questions for Ken are important, I think. In terms of the hospital's plans, I understand, broadly speaking, that these plans are subject to all different kinds of funding. So one of the things they're subject to is provincial funding, and they say primarily they get almost 100% of their funding from the province. The plans for this are not yet finalized, is that correct?
Through the chair, Ken Coit, Director of Heritage and Urban Design. Through my role in site plan, they have come in for preliminary applications of formal consultation. They have not finalized their design. They're still going through their process with the ministry, and they have several other steps to come before they come in with their full Planning Act applications for the site.
Right, so I want to add that as the discussion happens, and this was my misunderstanding earlier when I spoke to a colleague, but what's happening is there's a tug of war going on in some places around this area, locally and provincially, around funding. Ultimately, we hope that what happens is the final plan is approved by the province and it's finally funded. If it's not, and the building goes down in advance of that, we lose it forever. So I just want to say the project is not finalized yet, and so that's a risk that we have. And because of what the Ford government did with respect to the Planning Act and with respect to heritage designations, what happened and changed was we used to be able to do these much more flexibly before. That's just a summary, flexibly. So we could designate a property, and if the property came off the register, we could put that property back. There was flexibility. Then they said, nope, once you get off, it can't come back for 5 years. So there's a moratorium, you cannot do it. So that would mean that if we took it off, it wouldn't be able to come back on the list until 2032. So that's why this is a little more serious or important than it might have been even 4 or 5 years ago, because we don't have any more flexibility under the Planning Act to do these kinds of things. It's kind of a one-time operation. So if we give up that designation opportunity, we are at the mercy of all kinds of forces that have nothing to do with us. I have another question for Ken, but this is a rare example, I'll say again, of this type of building, especially in Hamilton, but also Ontario. It's something that we ought to be thoughtful about before demolishing. I think there are examples of things that are not as rare and not as beautiful, and maybe things that we understand have different kinds of heritage significance. This is 8 out of 9 on the list. I think you only require 2 for designation, and this says 8. My other question for Ken is if you want to add anything specifically about this process or what we should do, any thoughts you have about what I was saying with respect to this designation that you want to clarify so that committee could get the wisdom of your advice here or anything you wanted to mention, because we're just kind of pulling this out of some minutes right now. No one has the benefit of seeing the whole presentation except for me at the Heritage Committee, so I just want to give you the opportunity to comment if you wish to.
Ken Coit, Director of Heritage and Urban Design. Through the chair, I think the delegations this morning painted a fairly good picture of the issues around the site. The one thing that may be missing from people's knowledge is, in fact, the city does own the site. And so there's an extra level of working with the hospital and getting permissions for Planning Act applications that perhaps makes heritage staff a little more comfortable with the alternative than we would be if it was a private developer.
Thanks so much for that, Director Coit. So those are my comments on this. I think we should designate it, let staff do this, let the public process remain. What I'm going to ask is that we vote on this specific item. If the vote fails and people don't want to go down that designation route and someone wants to put the alternative, I'm happy to put the alternative forward if it fails, but I'm hoping we can vote on the designation. If people are okay with it, great. If not, then we can go to an alternative. Procedurally, I'm not sure how that works, but that's not my job. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wang.
Okay, I have heard this same conversation from Councillor Crutch the 10 previously times, and I think I'm still a little bit confused because obviously the hospital still believes that having it designated is going to impede on their access to potential funds. Help me understand how the designation would enable it to be transparent and in the public realm, and then how does it, I just don't understand that particular point, if you can help me with answering that.
Through the chair, Ken Coit, Director of Heritage and Urban Design. If they were to come forward with changes to the building, facade, just keep the facade, whatever other justification, similar to what we've had to do with the Tivoli and other projects, is it would go through the Heritage permit process, which involves the Heritage Permit Subcommittee, which is a public committee, the Heritage Committee, which is a public committee, and then depending on the level of change, would then come forward again to Planning Committee and Council. So it would, for the hospital, if they're negotiating, I could see them seeing that as a little more onerous in terms of negotiating. If they have to move quickly, although I will point out the heritage permit process is much quicker than a lot of the standard planning processes, is delegated to staff in many cases and doesn't have a fee. Just for clarity, but yes, whereas opposed to the alternative, which speaks to working through the planning process through site plan and other ways to secure features of the building. Typically, an example is Pinehurst House, Television City. That is a designated property. We took securities on that building that they would keep it in good shape until they're finished their construction, at which point they get the securities back when they've proven that the features are safe and everything is good. So those are the kind of the options, and I could see the hospital wanting, although I haven't got clear direction from them, that they would not want to make that process as public and confrontational as it may become. If they're working through a delicate negotiation with different partners.
Okay, and then how would the designation affect any potential funding envelopes from different ministries? Because I think that we would see time lag on one, additional red tape and bureaucracy, which is a lot of where the provincial government wants to try and eliminate. So help me understand that part.
Through the chair, IO has been involved with this and would be the sponsor for the project. They've already done a number of heritage studies on the site before we got to this point as part of the hospital's due diligence, which they've shared with us. Beyond that, I really don't have any insight to how the ministry funding process works, what they reward and what they don't reward. So I can't really speak to that.
Okay. And can you speak about the financial incentives if they do designate? Are they material at all? Because we're looking at an over $1 billion renovation, redevelopment. So what does the financial incentives mean?
Through the chair, in this case, very little. The financial incentives are really more calibrated for smaller, struggling property owners and smaller that really do need financial help. The scale of this project, $125,000 or $150,000 maximum grant, I'm sure they would welcome, but wouldn't make a huge difference, I would think, in their overall performance for the project.
Okay, so when you did the calculus and as a staff put that recommendation forward, knowing that this is a $1 billion redevelopment project, the designation process, how long would it add to the potential permitting, planning process? Is that?
Through the chair, depending how it's handled and where it happens in the process, could be none. There could be larger issues that need to be dealt with. We're too early in the process to really definitively speak to that.
Okay, and then my last question through you, Chair, is what was the expectation of staff? Was it going to look like a Connolly, facade only, or were we looking at a full-on keep the whole building in its existing type and place? What was the expectation that staff had for this?
Through the chair, the standard best practice for heritage is to keep as much of the building existing as is and adaptively reuse in its own envelope. Second would be removal of a wing or a portion of the building. And then lastly would be the kind of facadism or partial retention of just a structural piece of the building in place. And then the last preferred is we're taking features out, we're storing them, and we're reinstalling them.
Which is the alternative?
To a certain degree, yes.
Okay. I think, Chair, my comment is that my family works in that building, and they tell me all the time that that building is falling apart on the inside. It's also the facade outside is also falling apart. And the fact is, it's it is impeding on the hospital's future growth and planning. So it was one of those things that when I think about what to do with my decision on this, I recognize that if the building cannot be repurposed, my sister tells me all the time, there's absolutely no way for them to do anything on the inside. And then this is where I struggle with this, because I see the value and I see the heritage aspects of it, but the lived experience of those working in this building is just terrible. Climate, like the temperature, the doorways don't fit, nothing works in this instance. So hearing from the hospital that this is going to be left vacant if they just don't have a next plan here. So I think that's where I'm struggling with this decision. So that's just sharing with committee my sort of fight, my internal mental fight right now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Looking around for first-time speakers. Councillor Kassar, you're up.
Yeah, thanks. I'll ask a question just based on what Councillor Gretchen Wang had asked. Is this idea of having a heritage permit or heritage designation in place and with the intention of a full demolition? Because that was clearly and redevelopment. That was clearly what we heard from the delegates today, is the current footprint isn't part of the vision in the future. So how would a heritage designation provide any benefit to any party, city, hospital, community, whomever else, if the intention and the need of the project is full demolition and redevelopment? Through your chair.
Through the chair, the heritage permit process is not that draconian in terms of essentially the final outcome could be keeping serious pieces of the building and reusing it. It would just be a more public and onerous and studied process to get there, but it would also be public. So you're right, there's this impression that once it's designated, and it would signal council's commitment to the heritage of the site and the heritage of the building, so it would help in terms of negotiations around those issues. But the hospital would still have the ability to appeal for a large-scale demolition. It would just be more difficult. And, in terms of, I think Councillor Kretsch put it, and Councillor Wang said it quite well, there is a perception about heritage designation in terms of negotiations in the public's mind about what it means. It is more flexible, but again, when you're negotiating, it's back and forth, right? So it's a kind of perception issue. I will say, in terms of the state of the building, when we look at the heritage of a building, we don't look at how bad a shape it's in. If many buildings can be reused, we always look at the long-term plan for a building. It could be that this hospital project doesn't go through for some reason and we've lost a heritage building. As the other delegates said, it could be repurposed for other things as housing or some other Ronald McDonald type use or something for the hospital. So there's always options. It's just where we are with this proposal now and what the hospital wants to do going forward.
Okay, thank you. If I could just go a little deeper, ask you to explain a little more the difference between what you just described. So the plan is demolition, there's just more negotiation, there's a little more process about what heritage elements get preserved or incorporated or whatever it might be, versus the council directed salvage and interpretation. So I get the former is public and the latter is not. Is there any other significant difference that you can help us understand between the two?
Through the chair, I think you'd be signaling to the community through that communication that council was more comfortable with the demolition.
Okay, thanks for those answers.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go to Vice Chair Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. I heard the narrative about, it could be used for many other things, housing and the like. But I just want to make sure that I'm clear. That outcome may or may not be, are you suggesting through the chair, a consequence of it's not the city's role to prescribe use and to prescribe options on use. So in saying that, are you suggesting through the chair that I think you have acknowledged that it would perhaps prolong a decision, perhaps by the hospital on what ultimately it wants to do? It would just, I'm just trying to understand where this idea that, I just want it clear on the public record that we cannot prescribe alternatives. And I think the suggestion is, if this is perhaps, I can't speak for the hospital, if this is onerous, in order to bring some sort of successful formula, they'll have to maybe suggest an alternative use sort of comma and. I'm just trying to understand where this part of the discussion is coming from through the chair.
Through the chair, you're correct. We cannot say what use or what future use they'd want to do with it. That's completely up to the hospital. They've made it clear to this committee what their short-term plans and what their goals are. In terms of the long-term thinking around the building, as someone who's seen many different applications come and go and different proposals come and go, the designation of the building would, if for some reason the hospital had changed its mind or something changed in the planning application that's before us that made them look at the building differently, it would still be there for those future opportunities. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As I understand things right now, we're going to have a separate vote on 8.2. Oh, Councillor Kretsch.
Yeah, I think I want to try and simplify this further if I can, because I think there's still some confusion. What I heard the hospital say really clearly is they're not using the building. That's not going to change whether you designate the building or not. The people who are going to be in there administratively are going to move out of this building if the new project happens. So that's a foregone conclusion. What the hospital also saying, though, in their delegation was they intend to be nice. I'm just saying that this way. They intend to try and do something to preserve some of the features, and that's great. So in order for that to actually happen, though, without us just taking their word for it at the delegation, we only have two options. One is designation, the other is the other alternative. The only difference between the alternative and designation is that we involve people from the heritage community in that publicly. So we established the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee, and the purpose of doing so was to allow there to be a group of citizens and a councillor there so they could weigh in on these discussions and decisions as they came forward. We also have a heritage permit review subcommittee, which is below them, and it looks at all kinds of issues that come through for heritage permits. That's actually not as onerous as it sounds. And as Director Coyle, I think, has made clear, regardless, we own the land. So it doesn't really matter what, like the hospital can't just free and clear do whatever it wants anyways. What this does is it preserves the ability for the public to weigh in through the heritage permit review process and the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee. That's it, right? And then we negotiate and have those conversations. And as Dr. Coyle said, if it gets to be an issue where it's significant, it could come to the Planning Committee for review, as some items have come during this term of council. So it seems like what I'm saying to you is everyone's on the same page about what the future is going to be. The question remains whether we want that future to be a public conversation or we want to delegate that authority to staff through this. Not designating the property, though, right, doesn't ensure anything will come except for, it doesn't ensure any of those outcomes, including the very outcomes the hospital said they were interested in doing. So I think it's been a reasonable practice of this council that we haven't, basically, as far as I know anyways, for the most part, haven't just taken the word of someone. We've made sure there was a public process or some kind of process that was there to guide that. And that's all I'm saying. So I think we should vote on this separately. Again, I'm going to vote in favor. If people vote against it and vote down the designation, I'll just bring the alternative, which would be the next thing I'll do. So just letting people know that's what's going to happen. Thanks.
Okay, so I think I understand things. So basically, we're going to vote on it separately. If that vote fails, then someone will bring the alternative. Okay, fair enough. So I'm not seeing any other questions. Now, a yes vote is designating the hospital as heritage, and a no vote moves to the next alternative. Okay, so may I have a mover? So we've got the mover and the seconder. It's Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Wang. There's no more questions for staff. Let's go to the electronic vote. Okay, that vote carries. So it's designated heritage. We're going to 9.3, PED 26084, recommendation to designate 265 Wilson Street East, Ancaster. That's Ryerson United Church.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair, we need to vote on the balance of the minutes first.
Oh, sorry. Got all caught up there. Okay, thank you. We're going to now vote on the balance of the Heritage Committee minutes. And the vote's up. Okay, that carries. Thank you. So on to 9.3, recommendations to designate 265 Wilson Street East, Ancaster. That's the Ryerson United Church under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations in the report PED 26084, item 9.3, and receive the report PED 26084A, item 9.3A. Councillor Kassar, and seconder would be Councillor Wang and Councillor Kassar. Do you have any questions for staff?
No questions, just a comment, a reminder that this was moved from the previous planning committee to today, just to allow some more conversation. Those conversations happened, and the representatives from the church got some answers they needed that made them feel comfortable. So thank you to staff for doing that, and I'm supportive of what's before us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And not seeing any other people in the queue, let's go to the electronic vote now. Okay, that vote carries 9-0. We are going to private and confidential. Item 12, may I have a mover and seconder to move in closed session respecting items 12.2 and 12.3 pursuant to section 9.3 subsections E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 2392 subsections E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before the administrative tribunals affecting the city or local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. So can I have someone to move that? Councillor Kassar, thank you, and Councillor Wang. Show of hands. All in favor, thank you. Motion's carried. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session meeting portion of the meeting. When you see the members of the committee rejoin the meeting, committee will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding to the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. Before we move into closed session, I would ask that all members of the public please exit council chambers and the WebEx meeting now. Thank you. Any staff that are not directly related to item 12.2 are asked to please exit the meeting now. Thank you. And this is a reminder to all members of the committee to please ensure you move into closed session portion of eScribe. I also remind members of the committee that as per section 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, the use of personal electronic devices during closed meetings is strictly prohibited, and the use of city electronic devices during closed meetings are limited to text communications only, and not as a telephone, recording device, or camera. Staff from the Office of the City of Clerk are exempted from subsection 8.7C when using electronic devices for record-keeping purposes. When the clerk has determined that only the appropriate attendees are still in the room and the WebEx, we will move on to item 12.2. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We're coming out from closed session now into open session. It's dealing with 12.2 LS 26004, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 1630 Main Street West and 69 Saunders Boulevard for lack of decision on official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications for Ward 1. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the following recommendations? A, that the closed session recommendations A, B, and C to report LS 26004 be approved and remain confidential until made public at the Ontario Land Tribunal, and that the balance of the report at L2600A remain confidential. Can I have the mover and seconder? Councillor Wang, Councillor Kassar, thank you. And this is going to be an electronic vote. Vote is up. Councillor Meekin, his hands up. That carries 8-0. Now we're on to 12.3. May I have a mover and seconder to receive the report and that the report remain confidential? Please indicate your vote with a show of hands now. Oh, sorry. Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Wang, please indicate your vote with a show of hands. Okay, that's unanimous. All in favor? Yes, thank you. It carries. And with that, adjournment at 3:02. Thank you.